Okay. Happy New Year, everyone. I can't believe this year is finally ending. It's been a rough year for everybody. I can't believe this year is finally ending. It's been a rough year for everybody. Okay. I just figured out. I thought I had that muted, but I didn't. All right. Good. Find out where I'm at. Lost my place. Okay. So this year is finally ending. A few more days and a new year starts. I can only hope that 2021 is even a little better than 2020 would be an improvement. I don't know about most of you, but it's just been a really rough year. I haven't seen my family hardly at all because, we've all been practicing social distancing. We don't live together. We don't see each other. So it's, only right that we practice social distancing. Makes it lonely for me since I'm all alone. My other two children up here in Jersey with me have family, so they have people around them. I live alone, and so aside from my two neighbors, I don't have anyone. So it's been a little rough. My son is down in North Carolina, and so him I don't get to see at all or talk to very often. He doesn't like phones, neither do I. And I'm not a texter, so we exchange texts every now and then when he asks me how I'm doing. But for the most part, that's all I hear from him is an occasional text, because I'll tell him I can't keep doing this. Either let me call you or we have to stop because I can't keep doing this. I'm not a texter. I struggle with the keyboard on my phone. I struggle with smartphones to begin with. I find them to be way too smart for me. I am really struggling with. I'm learning to do more things with it. I am getting better, but it is difficult for me to learn. At this point, I have a lot of comprehension, a lot of memory issues that I didn't have before. I used to be a computer genius practically. I mean, I could do anything. I could fix anything. I could figure anything out that was wrong with the computer or a program. I struggle now, and my memory is pretty much gone. I don't remember most of my childhood and even my early married years. My married years at all. I've been divorced 21 years. Most of those memories, except for a few things, are gone. I mean, I can't remember them. Somebody will bring them up, and I'm like, I don't remember this. I try, but I don't remember it. So it's hard for me to learn new things, and a smartphone is just a little too complicated at this point. Even the computer is complicated at this point, and it really bothers me because I used to, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, still, I was anything with a computer. I could do it. I wrote programs. I did data entry. I updated the databases in the company. I mean, that's not an easy job. And I could do all that stuff. And now I struggle just to turn the computer on. And if it doesn't want to do something, I don't know what to do anymore. And I used to be able to figure it all out. So it's rough. So I'm hoping this year is going to be a little bit better in some ways. I'm sure it's going to start out slow. The pandemic is still growing rapidly. So, you know, it's really, it's up to whoever's in charge. I mean, if you believe in God, then it's up to God to fix this mess. If it's up to God, I hope He has a reason for this. I don't understand it. I mean, so many people are dying, and it really makes me sometimes question my beliefs. And I just started believing in God again a few years ago, and now I'm questioning myself again. Hi, Jen. Just talking about the bad year and hoping that the new year is going to be better than the last one. Even a little bit better would be better than the last one. So I just got on. I just started streaming. I went to another stream after Jules's, the Lonely Writer. I went to another one, and I was there to just a few minutes ago, and did a little more. It's been a rough year. And there's been some bright spots. I mean, my dad got sick with COVID, and thank God he did not get sick. I mean, he was actually, asymptomatic and did not suffer at all. So he made it through the COVID with no problems whatsoever. I'm thankful for that. Today's not a very good day because I just got notification that my cousin passed away from a heart attack. He's around my age, a little younger. And so I'm not sure who we're talking about who's so lucky at his age. I was just saying that my cousin passed away. He's younger than me. He had a heart attack. I left a message on my aunt's phone, but she didn't answer. It's about all I can do at this point. Can't do much more about it. I'm fine. We weren't that close. I'm, just upset that it happened. And I feel bad for my aunt. I mean, besides my dad. Oh, my dad, yeah. My dad had the COVID, made it through very, very well. No symptoms, no suffering. If you ask him, he keeps asking, why do you keep telling me I'm sick when I didn't have anything wrong with me? So, I mean, with his stroke and everything, he doesn't understand. So, no, he did not have any of the bad symptoms. He streaked right through it with no problem whatsoever. He's 88, going to be 89 in April. So he's up there in years, and he really doesn't want to be here. My mom passed away 7 years ago, and he wanted to go with her. And he's really, really mad that he couldn't go with her. And he told that virus to come get me because I want to go. And my sister told him, the virus isn't going to get you. You're too ornery and you want it too bad. Well, he got it, but it didn't do anything. It was asymptomatic and he whizzed right through it. He was fine. So, yeah. I'm just a little upset about my aunt because she lost all her siblings but my dad. She and he are the only two left of the family. And she's the baby of the family. He's the oldest of the family. And she's losing children before she's dying. I don't know how many of the cousins, I've lost a lot of cousins, and I don't know how many of them have been her children. I can't keep track of them all. I told you once I had a huge family. And so now I remember this one because I have seen him lately because of my dad. He brought my aunt up to see. Hi, Alley Cat. How are you? Happy New Year. I think we were just on another live stream together. I know I've seen your name today. So we were on one or two live streams together today. And I'm editing, so I want to keep working on my editing, and I made a video. I haven't seen if it uploaded yet. I still have to check it. I have to put it on there, but I plan to not publishing this book except on my blog, and that I thought what I would do is I would read it out loud on my stream. Whether it's hi Devin, how you doing? Happy New Year. I'm running into people I've been seeing all day long. it's like we're all following one right after the other. And what was I saying? It went right out of my mind. Oh, I'm going to read it, I think, out loud on my blog. I mean, on my video, on my YouTube video. I don't think I'll do a live stream. I think I'll do just a regular video. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. But I have been told that when I read, that I actually put more life into the story than if you were actually just reading the words. So hopefully I can read it and make it come more to life. And since I'm not publishing it, I'm not selling it, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to post it on my blog, which will take a lot of time setting it up, of course. And then I will be reading it in parts on my video, on my channel. I don't think live streams are the best way to go with that. I only think just doing a video for each part would probably be my best bet. And I have to think about how long to make each piece, because people's attention spans are not super long. So I need to make sure I don't make it too long. But I've seen other people lately reading their books out loud on video, so I'm thinking about it. The one I know she did hers live stream. So I don't know if that's a good idea or not. But I have time because I'm not done editing and I haven't had beta readers yet. So it's not ready. I mean, I finished the story and I have a second one brewing. I said percolating earlier. There was a second one percolating in my mind right now. And since I'm on an outliner, writing it down isn't going to do me any good. It's percolating in my mind. And I want to stop right now and start writing it. And it would be a sequel to what I am writing, this first story, if I can come up with enough words. I have to think about it some more. But I've got a sequel percolating in the back of my mind. So I'm glad to see you guys are here. And I hope everybody has a happy New Year. Jen and I are streaming live on New Year's Day. It'll be 5 p.m. Pacific time, her time, at 8 p.m. Eastern time, my time. So those of you, wherever you're located, can, you know, if you go to YouTube, it'll tell you the right time for your time zone. It tells you. So it's definitely 8 Eastern and 5 Pacific. Let's put it that way. And Jen and I are hosting together New Year's Day night. So anyone that would like to join us, you're more than welcome. Yeah. It'll be Jen's first live stream, so she's excited. She's excited. So I turned the fan off because I was getting chilly, and now I am like super hot. And I'm going to have to turn that fan back on again because I can't take the seat. Hopefully that helps. Okay. All right. So I figure we should start our first sprint. And as I say at the beginning of most of my sprints, I usually run 30-minute sprints. That's okay with most people, but it's not okay with everybody. So since I have a couple people on here who aren't my usuals, I will ask you if you have a problem with 30-minute sprints. So Allie, if you prefer something shorter, let me know. We do not have to do 30-minute sprints, but that's normally what my regulars and I do. But when I have new people on, I always ask what they prefer. So if you prefer something shorter, please speak up. It's not a problem. Jen, are you going to do trees like you normally do? Jen's the tree person, so I leave that up to her. Okay, Allie, fine. Then we'll stick with the 30 minutes, unless anybody else has anything. It doesn't look like anybody else is having a problem with it, so Jen, we'll have Jen. Are you going to put up a tree, Jen? Okay. I don't want to set the timer until we get the tree up. I don't know if those of you who want to have the Forest app and want to join, you can. She'll put the code in the comments, and you can just join the room if you like to do the Forest app. You do not have to. It's just something that we do when Jen's around. Sometimes I'll do it if somebody asks me to, and Jen's not around to do it. I do know how to do it. I can do it. It's not a big deal. But if they don't ask me, then I don't worry about it. Let's see, I'm already set for the rooms because I was doing them earlier with Jules, the dawdling writer. All right, here we go. So if you want to join, there's the code. I don't have my glasses on again. You can tell. I can't read it. Jeez. Wish I would not forget to put these on. I know I need them, but yeah, I keep insisting on refusing to wear them. All right. I'm in there. And this will be our first sprint. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to set the timer. Why it's set on 5 minutes, I do not know. Am I doing it in my sleep or what? 5 minutes. Crazy. Maybe I ended it early. Maybe that's what I did. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I forgot to share the screen. Excuse me a moment while I share the screen. Oh boy. I don't think I'll ever remember that. Okay. We're set. Okay. I will see you in 30 minutes. Hi, Morgan. Welcome to my stream. Happy New Year. Nice to see you. We're just starting our first stream. You missed tree planting. That's already started. But if you stay and you like to plant trees, then you can join the next one when it comes up. And as I was explaining, we usually do 30-minute sprints in here. If other people have a preference for shorter ones, I take that into consideration. So if you plan on staying and would like to see a shorter sprint, by all means, put in the comments what your preference is, and I will take that into consideration, because most of us here all agreed to 30, but I know not everybody likes long sprints. So I will certainly take that into consideration if you prefer something shorter. But for now, we're doing 30, so the first one will be 30. Got to keep my eye on the comments. I don't want to end up missing somebody coming in. Okay. All right, good. Thank you, Mark. Now I know. Hi, Jules. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. I'm glad you want to write. We're busy on our first sprint. We have 20 minutes left of the first sprint. Alrighty. Well, it's the first sprint. How'd everybody do? We had Jules come in at the last minute there. And Jules says, I have finished dinner and I am ready to write again. We were all on her sprint earlier, her live stream earlier today. Hey, I always know you as Mr. P. Have a happy new year. Nice to see you. You got here just at the end of our first sprint. Jen says, hey. Jules says, I'm still working in my bullet journal. I got maybe 150-ish more words in the 20 minutes. That's good. Yeah, I'm still dreading the bullet journal. I started doing something with it, but I'm really not sure what I want to do with it. So I got a whole kit. It came with the book and everything, and a carry case, and markers and stickers and all kinds of stuff. Like I said, I've been watching videos trying to see how I want to put mine together. I'm still kind of fooling around with it. I'm really not sure what I want to do. And I have a planner as well, and I kind of wanted to put everything in one place. And so, do I use a planner? Do I use a bullet journal? Or do I use a combo of two, which I really was trying to get away from doing. It's bad enough I got a calendar on the wall I have to keep track of, too. So, bullet journal, I'm still working on trying to figure out what I want to do with it. Jen said she got 550 words this time. That's a great job. Jules says, hello, Jen. Alley Cat wrote 158 words and got up a bit and listened to a YouTube video as I wrote. That's a good use of time. I do that sometimes too. Put it on in the background while I'm writing. There are just so many out there to watch that I couldn't possibly sit and watch them all. Morgan says, I find bullet journals too stressy, like writing in a new journal. So I use Trello and online to-do lists and just finished my quarterly prep. Plus put on a load of laundry. Sounds like you got a lot done. Good use of the time. Trello. I think I've heard of that. I'm looking for an online to-do list. There's so much else I do online. The last thing I want to do is have to sign on to see my to-do list. It needs to be something readily at hand. I just don't know what. I mean, I got this huge calendar next to me with huge squares in it, and I put everything in. And then I have a planner, which I don't know what to do with. And I have a bullet journal now that I'm trying to start. And I really don't know what I want to do. I am just not sure. Jen says, I just need to write in a journal and get used to that. I did it for a little bit and I liked it. Now, the funny thing is, when I feel like journaling, which isn't often, my therapist used to make me do it as part of the process we were going through. I did that online because I didn't want anyone stumbling over my journal in a book somehow. So I, when I journal, it's online, but So the bullet journal, it wouldn't be, I don't know whether I would be doing much journaling in it. I'm not sure about that. It says I've got a whole blog video on how I use it. And then again, I do everything on my computer, and I love being able to click and drag items when I reorder priorities. Well, it certainly sounds like it has some good things going for it. I mean, I'm online a lot more than I should probably be, because it seems like all I ever do is on the computer. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm having enough trouble getting my planning ritual under some kind of even, to do it regularly. I can't even get into it to do it regularly. And to use a planner, you have to be able to constantly look at it to see what's on it. And so that's one thing I do struggle with. And I'm struggling right now trying to figure out whether I want a bullet journal, whether I want to continue with the Happy Planner, which is the one I bought. I bought a Happy Planner, classic style. So it's not the super large one. It's not the smaller one. Probably a little too big for my purse, but you can pop the pages in and out and switch them around quite easily. And you can buy a lot of different things to customize it. So it's not a bad journal. I like it for what it, can be used for. But it's just, right now, it's taking up place on my table, not being totally used. And the bullet journal is sitting in front of my computer where I did the last page and stopped. And that was like last week. And that's where I stopped. I hasn't gone any further. I did a monthly layout and weekly. The weekly. I did a weekly layout. And I'm like, I can do that in the planner. So I'm not sure I want to do that in the bullet journal. I mean, maybe I can keep the bullet journal for my computer stuff, my story stuff, since I don't really have a spot in my planner for writing. And BA says, I love the classic Happy Planner. It was one of the few, I saw quite a few, and it was one of the ones I kind of fell in love with. The rings on mine are multicolored, which is, I don't know if you can see. The rings, they're all different colors. And it has a cover that says create more on it. I don't know if you can see that. Create more. And it was a year and a half. So all of the end of last year, and then I have all of the new year here. And I just bought the vertical pages to make weekly layouts. So I like the vertical, not the horizontal. They had, both. So I got the vertical. And I figure I see a lot of, videos on decorating them and setting them up. And I have a lot of things I need to keep track of. And I'm trying to figure out if the bullet journal would be better or the planner. Setting up special pages for the planner. Because I have to monitor my glucose. My blood sugars have to be monitored at least 4 times a day. I have to keep my weight every single day because I have congestive heart failure now. I have to weigh myself every day. And if I gain more than 3 pounds in one day, I have to call the doctor immediately because that could mean a buildup of fluid in my lungs. So my life has become a lot more complicated, and I need to keep track of so many other things, and I really should keep track of the amount of carbs that I'm eating, because I take insulin and I need to keep track of the carbs in order to give myself the right amount of insulin. Earlier, I kind of scooted up a little bit and my sugars dropped during Jules's stream, and I had to make a quick adjustment to bring them back up. And that happens, unfortunately, too many times. And I can't figure out if I screwed up my count of the carbs and gave myself too much insulin. The doctor's trying to find out if there's something else going on, but I can't get the continuous glucose monitor because the doctor won't fill out paperwork. They want me to have it, told me where to go, but won't fill out the paperwork. Doctors. What can you do with them? I mean, honestly, they have called me. I have called them. I have called the company. They don't have what they need. I keep calling the doctor. They insist they're going to call and find out exactly what they need. And it just goes around and around. And in the meantime, I'm suffering with all these lows, and I don't know if I have the continuous glucose monitor. I could quickly check it if I started feeling funny, and I could catch it sooner than passing out practically. So, thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's a pretty neat looking. And the colors are hard to see except in the light, so I'm not sure how much of it you actually got to see. But it is a nice journal. I do like the Happy Planner, and they have a lot of stickers and stuff like that to go with it. So, of course, I have a lot of that stuff. So, thanks, Jen. I'm glad you think it's pretty. I wanted something different. I mean, there were a lot of different styles, but I wanted something different. And I just ordered off of Etsy a customized cover for it with my name on it. Well, it's my pen name, but it's the name I'm using for all intents and purposes. Most people, except my family and some of my friends, know me as Tessa anyhow. So, and I was called Tessa when I was a kid, so it's just another nickname for Teresa. So most people that know me from before know me as Terry, and my family calls me Terry. But I like Tessa much better. So 10 years ago, I adopted Tessa online with my first blog. Okay, so enough about me. Let's do a second sprint now. Allie Cat has just joined us. As I said to the others, we usually do 30 minutes. However, if you prefer a smaller amount, also, Mr. PU as well, I use a Happy Notes cover to change my cover out. Yeah, there's so many different covers. I mean, you can change it so easily. And I ordered this custom one with my name on it. So I like it. So anyhow, as I was saying, we usually do 30. If anybody objects, please let me know what you prefer, and we can adjust the timing if 30 is too much. Okay, the code for the tree is there. Whoever wants to join in. I can never get this typed in right. Oh, it went in. Okay. So if 30 doesn't work, please let me know now before we start. Because we're going to do a 30 minutes otherwise. But yeah, Mr. P, that's one of the best things about that planners. You can change the cover anytime you want. You can order so many different customizations of things. And then if you go to Etsy, you can get a lot of stuff that people make just for it. So, or make your own. I got a punch so I can make my own. And you set up a 3-hour tree and you sit down. Yeah, I do that when I go to bed. And then when I wake up in the middle of the night, I set it for the second time before I lay back down again. And so, yeah, I'm racking up time. Oh, Devin, we're not doing 85 minutes. You're lucky we're doing 30 minutes. You make it 10 minutes if you don't watch it. Except I hate 10 minutes. Okay. The tree's there if anybody wants to join. And this is, let me see, let me get that off there. Sure. There's nothing else I need to respond to. Okay. I'm going to the second sprint. And I'm going to set the timer for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. If I was by myself, Devin, and nobody else was in here, I might set one for 85 minutes. But I'm not the only person in here, so I'm sorry, but we can't do 85 minutes. You'll have to be set happy with the third. See you all in a little bit. Hi, Lizzie. uh, yes, Devin's at it again. Happy New Year. Great to see you again. Sounds like you got a lot to work on. You remind me, I need to work on my blog. I haven't been in there since was in the hospital again. Unfortunately, my blog is kind of been put in last place, and I really need to get it up to date. I kind of fell behind. And I try not to do that because just like on YouTube, when you don't keep it up and keep new stuff coming, people start to lose interest. So I need to get back there again. So maybe I should work on a blog post while I'm at it. Thanks for reminding me. We're on our second sprint, so you haven't missed much. Yes, Tessa found your blog, and Tessa left a message on your blog after reading it. Very nice. Very nice. I couldn't find a way to follow, so I don't know how to do that. But I did find your blog. I left you a comment on the post that I actually read. So when you get a chance, you can go check it out, and you'll see that there's a comment there and a like. I hit the little heart. I gather that's like, but I could not find a way to follow. So that I'm not sure how that part works. But yes, I did find it. And you did very well. Not really familiar with Wix, so I fumbled around in there a little bit. Yeah. Instagram, Facebook. I get the same stuff on both. Men, couple women sending me stuff I really don't want. And it's like, you know, I'm a writer. I have a writer profile. And I even tried telling some of them, because they kept sending me messages. And I kept saying, I don't want to talk to you. I don't chat. And they're like, they just keep right on going. So now I just automatically delete anybody that has nothing to do with writing. I don't care what they say in their little, I want to get to know you thing. I just ignore it now. If you're not a writer of any type, you're not on my list. And you know, this whole thing is these guys out here and girls, they're both out there. They have a set thing, and they all follow the set thing, and all their pictures, like all these pictures, all these guys, it's a guy with his cute little family, no wife. He's widowed. I get all these widows with all these cute little children in the picture. And I know the whole thing's a setup trying to get me to respond, and I just forget it. I just delete them now. I don't even bother responding because they don't listen. And the only way to do it is ignore them completely. So unless you're on my list, or you're, you know, you message me and I look at your profile and it says you're a writer, then I'll add you to my list. But if it doesn't say anything, and especially if it's a man with a bunch of adorable little children around them going on about being widowed, I run for the hills. It's okay if you can't reply. I just wanted you to know I was there. So I have been there. They've got the website. I'll write it down somewhere and try to check back every now and then if I can. Oh my gosh. Oh, gee. These people, honest to God. I mean, they'll sit there and they'll put on there, just checking up on you since we last talked. I'm like, we've never talked. I don't talk to people like you. Good try, though. No, Instagram is for writing contacts only. Well, my family, if they, not that my family intends to, they don't contact me, so I'm not really worried. But if my family did contact me, I would obviously add them to my thing. I'd be careful with the advice sites. Yeah, well, I am not planning. Well, I'm 60, almost 65 years old, so I'm past the age of having to worry as much about that kind of stuff. You're still young, and you do need to be very careful. And you definitely should not be using your real name. Not at all. I don't know if that's your real name on that Wix site, but I don't think it should be on there. And your parents probably would not be happy if they found out it was on there. Do your parents know about that site? Because you shouldn't have your, if that is in fact, maybe it's not your real name, but if it is in fact your real name, I would take it off of there. I wouldn't want my child doing that. Of course, when my children were little, we didn't really have much in the way of computers. I mean, I grew up in a non-computer age. And that's what I'm saying, Jen. I don't think she should be using her name at all. Definitely, you'd be safer using a fake last name than your real first name, unless it's something unusual. Then it would be to have your last name on there. Because I too have been stalked, and I use my own, and sometimes they do have to sometimes get out of a few situations, but I'm getting better at realizing that it's not real. I'm learning real fast. I would definitely stay off the advice sites and don't use your real name, first or last, at all. Yeah, those sites, they're not good. Hmm. uh, Obviously, you're not writing right now. If you're texting and putting it in the wrong spot, that could have been a lot more embarrassing. All right, this one's about to run out. Okay, so how did we do? I know some of us weren't obviously writing, me included, as I was busy looking at a website and commenting on Lizzie's site. I would not use your last name at all. Not at your age. As an adult, I have chosen to use my name. But even now, I'm not using my actual name. I'm using a pen name. The people that email me will see that my real name, because when I reply, even if I reply to Tessa, my email that has Tessa in it, it's going to be a reply from my real name. So if I were your parents, would prefer you not to use even your last name. You can be anybody you want to be. I would change that. I would not use, not even your last name. Generic or not, I wouldn't give them even a glimpse into your life. Not now. Later, when you're older. I understand that, but are you able to publish? You can't legally sign a document at your age. You can't sign a contract. I'm not sure how that works with independent publishing, but you can't sign contracts, I don't believe, until you're 18. Allie, okay, well, somebody was doing something. She got 219 words. That's good. You can pick all kinds of last names. As we do for our stories, go into the generators and see what comes up. Look for lists of names for the year you were born. See what other people were called and use the name, but you don't have to keep it all your life, but just while you're young. I understand wanting your name on a book. And at first I wasn't going to change mine because I wanted my name. And then I thought about it. My name is my legal name. Besides being difficult to actually pronounce, is my ex-husband's name. I didn't change it after the divorce. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, since I'm even your name, do you really want it under, if you do publish, do you want it to be under your name? No, we don't. So my name, pen name, is my maiden name. And I changed my Facebook to my pen name. And nobody's blinked an eye. All the people that knew me, of course, growing up, knew me. They knew me as Terry Dean because I went by Terry then, but I'm using Tessa. They never blinked an eye. My family says, we knew it was you. So they didn't care. Yay, Jen, go 40 words. I got a little bit of editing done before I went looking for her blog. And then I ended up reading one of the posts and leaving a comment. So they didn't get too much done. But I did notice that a name was on there, and that kind of concerned me. Because if I was the parent, I wouldn't want my child putting her name up. Even if she makes up the first name, I wouldn't want her or him putting their name out there. Not it. under 18. But did anybody else get anything about stuff? I am so hot. I even got the fan going and it is so hot. I live on the 6th floor and it's so hot. It's driving me crazy. It was too cold outside to put the air conditioner on, so I'm kind of stuck. I might have to put the other fan back on so I have 2 of them on me because I am. Well, Lizzie, I'm glad that your mom knows about it. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're not hiding things from your parents. I know a lot of teenagers would. And if she's okay with it, then okay. Because ultimately, it's up to your parents, not us. Hopefully, she reads your stuff. You write very well. And that was a very interesting post on the stuff about 2020 and what you could and couldn't do and how, changed. And it's changed a lot of things. I mean, I used to eat a lot of fast food. Well, I don't eat fast food now. I go to the grocery store once every 4 to 6 weeks, not every other day, like I used to do, and then stop for fast food. And so a lot of my habits have changed due to the pandemic, and not necessarily for the bad. Some of them were much better for me. So I think you did a very good job on that story. Lizzie says, yes, I told both of my parents I want to be an author and self-publish, but they don't know my site is up, but they do know they know I do website design, not being too personal and giving my location away. That's good. Do not use your real name. Do not put your location. Very good. I'm glad your parents know about it. And they probably should know that your site is up. People ask me where I live. I say a popular city, a county away from where I live, and leave it at that. Okay, good. That's good. Jen agrees. Jen says you can add something to your computer that scribbles your location too. Not sure about that. I can't help you with that one. Jen said I did that the second I decided to be a freelancer. Lizzie says I told my mom about my book blogging and I do Goodreads reviews. Goodreads reviews. Interesting. A VPN program. Oh, I've heard that term recently. have my location on my thing, actually. I put where I live on my thing, and I use my name, my pen name now. All right. Are we ready for another sprint? Are we ready? Jen says maybe she'll write. Well, we'll set up the sprint. Whoever wants to can. Whoever doesn't want to doesn't have to. I'm not anybody's mom. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Can't even tell my kids what to do. Certainly not going to tell you what to do. Okay, so Lizzie says, I don't have any pictures on my cell phone line either. That's a good thing. I'm going to wait until I get close to publishing to do my author photo. Many writers don't share their face. Yeah. Look at how many writers don't even use a full name. They use just initials. They don't want anybody to know whether they're male or female. Let's see, is that the tree? That's the pretty flower. Okay. The joy of self-publishing is you can use different pen names anytime you want. It's funny. Kate Kavanaugh just did something on pen names. Now, I knew Kate Kavanaugh was a pen name, but she's just admitted to the fact that she has more than one, and she writes under different pen names. But the only one we know is Kate Kavanaugh. That's the only one that she's told anybody about. But she writes under other names. And for all I know, she publishes under those other names. So she doesn't publish under Kate Kavanaugh yet. None of those have been published. But she sounds sort of like she may have published under her other pen names. I don't know how many she has total. Maybe just the two, but she just did a post on that not too long ago. I just watched it the other day. All right, let's get the timer rolling here. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Lizzie would like to publish under her real pen name and her initial pen name. I'll use initials if I want to write a high school romance series that has tropes similar to my standalone books. Okay. Jen says that's how I'm in business. Pen names? Is that what you're talking about? Pen names? I just collect the paychecks. Who am I to judge? Lizzie says my initials will be LA because I like how this sounds. Very nice. Okay. Back to what I was doing. This editing is a load of fun. Hi, Charlie. Happy New Year. Nice for you to stop by and give a like. I'm in busy editing. As they say, I'm in editing hell right now. I'm finding so many things that are so wrong. It's a good thing I'm going back through this because I don't know, I missed half of it the first time. So things just don't make sense. They don't add up. I'll have to go through this a couple times before I catch all of it. And then maybe the beta readers will find some other things that I miss. Have fun playing your game, and I hope you have a happy New Year. We're streaming Jen and I on New Year's night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. It'll be 7 o'clock, I think, your time. It's 5 o'clock at her time because she's in the Pacific. But that's New Year's Day. We'll be streaming together. And yeah, Lizzie, I know about the washi tape. There, I had to stop because I don't have a place to store it, and it can get expensive after a while to keep buying it off. Hi, Kelly. I'm so glad you caught my stream. Happy New Year to you. I'm busy editing. I finished my first novel Monday. So exciting. I've only written short stories, so this is a biggie for me. Now I'm editing, so lots to do, lots to do. So welcome. If I don't see you when you leave, Charlie, have a great New Year, you and Brian. Thank you, Kelly. It is an amazing feeling, the very first one. Didn't think it was ever going to happen. But it did. Now I'm editing. Boy, I'm finding so many things that I screwed up. Like, this doesn't make sense. It can't be. I have to go back up and read something. I was like, no, can't do that. Gotta fix that. Yeah, editing's not exactly fun and games. So we've got 7 minutes or so left in this sprint. We're doing 30-minute sprints, just to let you know. I give everybody the option if that's really something that you don't want to do. We can consider the time. So think about it. If you're going to stay, if you want to do 30 minutes, or if you would prefer a shorter one, I take them into account. Let me see. I got a few minutes left, so I can get back and see what I can find in this mess of words I've got written here. Oh, what did I do? Oh, there it is. Thought I lost my page. Everything's saved as far as I know. Oh, what happened there? Oh, that was a freaky thing. Weird. What happened there, though? All right. Heck, lost track of time. Got involved in what I was doing. So how did everybody do? See, Charlie was here. And he said hi and gave a like. That's nice. Kelly Martin. Oops, Kelly arrived. Nice to see you, Kelly. Thank you for the congratulations. And let's see. And Jules is going to make some tea in the kitchen. Be back soon. That sounds good. Nice hot tea. So the last time I made hot tea, I burnt my mouth. That wasn't so good. It took days for that to go away. Okay, so Jen did 457. Okay, good. And Alicat did 255 words. Also good. Lizzie says she wrote chapter 21's title. I know, so productive. Well, it has a chapter title. That's, hey, I'm doing that now because I wrote my whole novel and I did not really put chapters. I just put markers with the person, the point of view it was written under, and the time frame. And now, as I'm going through and editing, I'm also fixing all the chapters. So it's not so bad. You wrote a chapter title. That's good. Jen says, I think I need some tea. Yeah, I think Jules started something. I'm wanting hot tea now, too. Oh, heavens. Lizzie says, edited part of chapter 20 where the main character thought about the love interest lighting up Christmas lights to spell out, you hurt me, I still love you. Oh, wow. Kind of sweet, kind of sad. Don't know what to think. Oh, wow. Jen says, I am winding down. Caffeine and dinner is needed to pep me up. Oh. Oh, no. Jen is winding down. So romantic to Lizzie Lakes. Yeah, that's, I don't know what to say about it. Still loves her. I guess it's a him and a her. Maybe I got that wrong. My next post is about productivity. Isn't the most important thing in the world, and there's a fine balance in life. Sounds like a very good article. I have to figure out probably have to do is make a page with websites I want to keep track of, because like I said, with yours, there wasn't any way of actually liking it to know, so I get a notification and go back and look at it. So I need to make up a list for sites like that. Lizzie says that Jen Mooney it is. They were having a little fight about the breakup. It's second chance romance to the midpoint, and the love interest was losing it. Jen says, I do want to read your blog to Lizzie. It's very interesting. I read one of the articles, and I thought it was very well done. Jen says, I think you sound like a bit of an old soul, Lizzie Lakes. Yeah, you've got that. She may be young, but she does have a head about her. That's for sure. Lizzie says the main character pretended to be dead in the snow as a payback prank, and the love interest broke down crying. Oh my gosh. That's a little drastic. Really drastic. That's terrible. Yeah. Jen, I agree with you, Jen. Oh my. And Jen, I bet I do. Jen says teens are different than when I was younger. Yeah, they're different than when I was younger too. I've got teenage grandchildren now, and nothing like when I was a teenager for sure. Busy Lake says the scene was so fun to write. I love making boys cry for some reason. Oh, I hope you don't do that all the time in real life. Jen Moon, I am laughing out loud over here at that, Busy Lakes. Busy says when you're homeschooled, your only influence is yourself and your parents. I can't imagine. I had a horrendous school life, and I was bullied, and I would have wished I would have been homeschooled because I could have done without living through that. It is terrible. Terrible. Jen says, do you like being homeschooled? Lizzie says, seriously, making girls cry? Okay, making boys cry. Best thing ever. Oh boy. Lizzie says, I love being homeschooled. Everything is done on my own time. That's cool. So your parents give you some leeway. They're not sitting there pushing you through subject after subject like they do in school. That's pretty cool, I guess, as long as you get everything done. Jen says, my kid is digging distance learning so far. She might not want to go back. Yeah. Well, I don't know about my one grandson. He's a troubled child. But the other two, the older one, my granddaughter, she's 15. She's doing great in school, is in honors classes, and everything is fine. And her mother doesn't have to worry about her. She's home with them because she works in the school, so she's home with them while they're out. But my grandson has trouble with some classes, and so she needs to be around where she can let her daughter just do her work and not worry about her. She has to worry about her son. So she never expected to be homeschooling a child. But, circumstances at this time warrant that it happened. And so she's doing what she can to help him because her daughter's doing fine. She's doing great. Lizzie says, the only boy that I make cry is my cat when I forget to feed him. Lizzie Legs says, I was homeschooled because of bullying, and I'm so much happier now. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that your parents actually paid attention to what was going on and that we're able to take care of bringing you home and homeschooling you, because bullying is awful. And my childhood was horrible because of it. And I would never ever want to go through that again. If I had to live my life over, I'd like to skip right over the childhood. Awful. Jen says, I'm down with it if she decides to stay with it. Yeah. I don't see anything. I mean, I didn't know much about homeschooling until I met this one girl who was homeschooling. And so I learned a bit about homeschooling through her because she was taking her son, and we knew her for years. So I forget, he graduated. And I said, how does that work? Because he's not graduating with a class. You know, he's not going into school. He's not, you know, graduating with a class and everything. But I guess things are all set up and in place for all that. So, you know, as long as somebody's home there to homeschool them, it works out. Lizzie says they do all the work myself with some DVDs. Okay, sounds good. My mom grades and plans my agendas. And that's great. You have a mom that can do that and is willing to do that. I'm happy to hear that. Jen says that's the part that scares me is the work on my end. I'm not smart enough to do it. That was where I used to help my kids, you know, along the way. And when they got into high school and started taking courses that I didn't have, I was no longer able to help them. And that's when it became rough because they were on their own. I couldn't do anything because they went beyond me. You know, I went to a certain point in my education, but I didn't take all the honors classes and the high sciences and the high, you know, all the high classes up there like physics and all that stuff. And that's the stuff they were learning. I'm like, I can't help you. I don't know anything at all about this stuff. Teachers never help to begin with. Schools around here are crappy. Well, I'll tell you, since I was in school, things have gone definitely downhill. I mean, I talk around my kids. Now, I learned a lot when I was growing up. And remember, I'm a lot older. I'm almost 65. We learned in school. And we learned a lot of stuff in school. And then I talk around my kids and they say to me, what are you talking about? And I'm like, what do you mean? What am I talking about? And they're like, I don't understand that word. And I'm like, how can you not understand this word? It's a very common word. And I found that out with all of my kids. They all say the same thing. They're not learning what we learned at school. School has gone downhill, definitely downhill. And yeah, teachers aren't teaching anymore. They're just giving you books and say, here, learn it. Lizzie says, I learn more by myself and with the internet to explain things when I need help. I can see that. I can definitely see that. Lizzie says, the principals wanted me expelled for things I didn't do that my fake friends told on me for. My parents took me out to prevent that, but they still don't believe I'm innocent and think I failed. Oh, God, Lizzie, that's terrible. Your parents are who you look up to, and if they don't believe in you, I'm so sorry that they would believe your fake friends over you and think you failed. That is awful. And I am so, so sorry. I think Jen agrees. I do school with Abaca. that has ceremonies after senior year so I can graduate in person. It's a real school in Pensacola that has homecoming options. Well, that sounds not too bad. Not that I know much about homeschooling. I haven't heard of that one. Sounds like fun. The only thing I learned in public school is how to curse. And the teachers obviously didn't teach that. No, Lizzie, I'm sure they didn't teach that. But I don't curse that. I'm glad to hear that. Because it doesn't do anything and it doesn't look nice. I have two. I expect it out of my son, but I have two females that have the foulest mouths. And I blame that on my husband, my ex-husband, because he couldn't talk around us without using the F word, every other word. And it was constantly cursing at the kids. And they even got upset and told them that they didn't want to hear it. And so now I have two girls that have the foulest mouths around. And they just talk around me as if I'm nothing. I'm like, you know, what happened to respect for your parent? You don't get any respect from my kids. Oh, yeah, I was shocked how much kids curse at school at such a young age. Yeah, well, they hear it at home. It's what parents have no idea what they're setting their kids up for. I tried telling my ex-husband, please, please stop. Because look what you're doing. And these are our girls. These bad enough it's our boy, but our girls are doing it. But I know people use those words. And I can't say I have never, ever used that word. But if I use that word, get away from me. Because that means I'm royally pissed off. And you don't want to be around. It doesn't get used. The first time my husband, ex-husband now, heard me use that word, and we were on the way to divorce at that point, he goes, I can't believe you just said that. I said, well, that's the word that expresses how I feel right this moment. Lizzie, I lied about some dumb reading thing in 5th grade. They threw all my toys away, and they won't believe me on anything I say since that. And they still need to let things go. I'm not sure about that one. I might be reading it wrong. 5th grade, you lied about something, and they threw all your toys away, and they won't believe anything you say since that. Well, I'm sorry. You may have to earn their trust back, but I think that's a little long. By now, that's not right. I'm sorry, that's not right. They need to learn to trust you. Now, if you do something again, then I can understand them not trusting you, but they're not even giving you a chance. That's terrible. Lizzie says the potty talk is bad. Kids curse more than adults and talk about sex way too much. Yes, they do. And kids today are outrageous. Like I said, I have a really troubled grandson who's in nonstop trouble. And unfortunately, I see him following his father's footsteps. His father was in jail. His father was a drug addict. He is a drug addict. And unfortunately, I am really afraid my grandson is on his way. I had one friend who was like, what the F this is effing crazy. How the F does this effing happen? Shut up, girl. Yeah, you don't need to listen to that. I don't even like listening to that. It really ruins conversation. Fine with a little cursing, but not constantly. Yeah, I agree. I got a little upset with my son because that was the way he talked, and that's the way his father talked. That's the way my ex talked to us. It was it was outrageous that he talked to us like that. I admit I picked up those habits in fifth grade, but I only used them when I was alone. I used to curse at my sister, and one time she came into my room and said, "You effing B," and she meant it as a joke. Okay then. Oh boy. Lizzie says they trust me more now though. I lied about other things too, like watching bad content on YouTube. On YouTube. That all happened in fifth grade, and they still think I lie. Somehow, I don't know how, you need to gain their trust though. I mean, fifth grade was obviously a while ago. And if you're not still doing all that stuff, they need to start trusting you. You need to feel they're on your side. You need to be able to talk to your parents. Jen said, yes, they do. That's what I tell parents all the time. Apparently, wearing something the wrong way equals lying. My mom lost it when I called myself a screw up. Okay. In that case, I can understand her getting upset. You shouldn't call yourself a screw up. So I can understand her kind of getting upset over that one. You're not a screw up. And don't refer yourself to a screw up. And don't call yourself those things. And maybe you can get your mom to start trusting you again. You're not a screw up. And as long as you do, as long as you learn and you're learning and turn into a good adult, and you're not a screw up. As Jen says, kids learn early now, and that's just how it is. Z said, I taught her on purpose so she would know not to say them when someone else said them. That was a bad idea. Yeah, bad idea. Especially considering some of the problems she says that she has. Jen says, well, no mom would want their kid to say that. No, I agree. No mom wants to hear that. Even though she seems to be treating you the way she is, she doesn't want to hear you say you're a screw up. And your need, it makes us sad. It does make us sad to hear our kids talk like that. And we're both moms. And it is sad. Allie, Kat says to Jan, I'm shocked too, honestly. Growing up, I didn't hear that many kids lying as a kid. But as I got older, the swearing got worse with kids, and it's insane. Oh, I know. Walking past a group anymore? Oh. Lizzie says, I said, oh, so you think I'm a screw up? After she talked about how her life was unfair for having bad parents and an ungrateful daughter. You put words in my mouth. Whatever. Mm. I never swear, and I get embarrassed when I write it in my books. Jen, I accept that most people do at certain ages and such, so I go with it and try to avoid being gratuitous. I can't say I never swear. I don't often swear, but I won't say I never swear. And I have written, well, I told you about the books I wrote. Those were quite explicit. So, reading it out loud, no. Writing it, well, it's a different story. Lizzie says, I never curse in my books. When I do, I always go back and delete it. I never go farther than hell. Get a couple bad words in mine, but not much. Do I have bad words in mine? Maybe I don't have bad words in mine. I'm not typically someone who uses bad words, so I'm not sure that I actually did use any in my book, to tell you the truth. I can't remember. If I did, it was very few and not very bad. Jen says, I write young adults and a lot of alpha personalities. They swear, but mine are articulate as well. Allie Cass said, I meant swearing, not lying. Gosh dang it, wasn't paying attention. Jen says, those books need bad words. Totally gratuitous. Allie Cass says, I don't swear either. I have on accident, but I never swear on purpose. Yeah, so I said, in the heat of the moment, it does pop out if you really, really make me angry. But I don't get angry often. So if you hear that word, run. Lizzie says, unless you can't douche is a bad word, then I do curse in my books at times. I don't think that's really exactly a curse word. Oh boy. Okay. Shannon says maybe something slips sometimes, but it's rare. But it's rare, really rare. But yeah, I feel the same way. It doesn't happen often, but if I do recommend you leave. Now my kids, oh my God. Lizzie says I only curse when I'm mad or on accident. Lucky enough to never get caught. Yeah, that'd be a good way to get yourself in trouble. Parents do have a problem with curse words. Though in my house, it was a different story. After I typed that, my dad came into my room. Oh, Lizzie. Okay. I think it's time for another sprint. If everybody's agreeable. Anybody want to sprint? Or should we continue talking about curse words? I'm ready to sprint again. Plus, I'm still thinking about hot tea. I don't have anything I want to eat here. I'm hungry, but I didn't go to the store. Still don't know what all I can eat, unfortunately. Still having struggles with food. I've lost 15 pounds now. 15 pounds I've lost, which is great because I need to lose that much weight. I need to lose a lot more, but by not eating, it's not exactly the best way to do it. But I can't. Some foods, my stomach can't handle it. Still, oh, let's see. That's pretty. And like Kat says, I'm down for spurting me to finish editing this chapter anyway. Okay. Here's the code if anybody wants to join the forest app. I'm already in, Jen. Izzy says, when I'm mad, it's kind of bad. This effing B, I effing hate everything. Life is S. Always the same words. Izzy says, it always happens when I'm naked in the bathroom, too. I don't know, that's an interesting thing. Lizzie is ready to write. Okay, great. Okay. Let me set the timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There's a scene in my 4th book when my boy protag curses the mic by accident and parents cover their kids' ears. Interesting. Okay. You can delete them if you want. No problem. Let's see. I'll be back. Pizza? Did you have to bring up pizza? Are you eating pizza? I'm eating a stupid microwave meal. God, I haven't had pizza in so long. Not sure my stomach could handle it either. I'm also brewing tea while I'm out. uh, no, I finished my microwave meal. Whoopee! Oh my god, I got tea steeping out there. That'll be ready later. I see we've lost a lot of people. I don't know how many are left. They just kind of disappeared. So I got 4 minutes. Let's see what I can do in 4 minutes. Your feed froze, but I was just wondering what had happened. I noticed you weren't here. Author spotlights. Yeah, I just mentioned this. I think people are gone. I don't see any. There was only a few numbers left up there. I said, I guess they disappeared. I hadn't heard from it. There's a few people here, but I had like half the people have disappeared. I remember Jill said she was going to make tea and she'd be right back, and I don't remember seeing her come back. So I don't know if she got doing something else. And then I noticed you were missing. And Mr. P, B.A. Pascar, B.A. Pascar. I know him as the official Mr. P, and it's hard to know him now as author B.A. Pascal. He was always Mr. P. And I knew Lizzie was here and Jen is here. And I'm not in that count, so it doesn't count me. So, oh, Allie Cat's here. Jen forgot the tree, but it's gone now. Yeah, it's going. It's not that bad. It's only a few minutes behind. Well, we're almost done this particular sprint. And I didn't get anything done because I had to go get food. And when Jules talked about tea, wanted tea, so I made hot tea. It's steeping out there now. And I had microwave meal because I had to eat something. I have diabetes and I'm having a heck of a time keeping my numbers even. I'm on insulin and I got to be so darn careful. So I figured I better eat something. And I don't have a lot in the house. Yeah, so because I'm getting over a case of colitis and I was in the hospital for a week and a half, I still can't eat a lot of solid food. I'm on a very strict diet. And it's very hard because I'm getting tired of toast. I can have toast and I can have noodles and I can have potato and I can have protein like meats. So like the dinner my friend made me today, the baked potato, shrimp, I can have those stuff. They don't bother my stomach. Thank God. Now, these meals I have all have, not supposed to have lactose, have cheese on them, but not a lot of cheese. So I don't know if it's because they just have a little cheese, because I'm afraid to try a lot of cheese. I tried a dairy-free dessert. It was like ice cream. It said dairy-free. And I asked the store, and they said, well, they thought that meant it was lactose-free. And that did not mean it was lactose free. And I had, oh God, I had such a major reaction to that. I only buy if it says that it has no lactose now. So like, I'm not a big milk drinker, but I like chocolate milk at times. And so I had to buy lactate because it's no lactose milk. And it's nearly, I don't like white milk. It wasn't that bad. So thankfully, it cost a little bit more, but it's not that bad. Okay, so how did we do besides talking about pizza? Which I have not had in a long time and not sure if my stomach will tolerate. It's like I have to slowly add things in. I don't like yogurt. I don't like white milk. I only have chocolate milk occasionally. And 914 for Lizzie. Whoa. You go, girl. Jen got 264 she was eating. Well, you still got something written. It's better than nothing. And we all got to eat. So Morgan says, let's see here. I prepped 2 author spotlight interviews for my blog. Then realized when I read the blurb for the second author that his works were not a good fit for me. Interesting. I have never done interviews on my blog. The interviews were fine, but when I linked the story, no. Jen says, send some of that my way. You mean all her words? Girl was busy. Lizzie says I used to get more, but was distracted for a while. If that's distracted, holy cow. If you were full-on operational, I can only imagine. You must be a fast typer. I do that every now and then, but I have to know what I'm typing for me to get really going and stop the constant corrections of mistakes. That's what slows me down. Lizzie says to Jen Minnie, I get that so often. Yeah, wow, great. Let's see, Allie Cat says I got 160 words. I finished the scene and ate dinner. Looks like we're all eating at the same time. Well, great. 160 words. You finished the scene. That's good. And you ate dinner. Wonderful. Very good. Lizzie says, I'm so glad I made an outline for the rest of the book. It really saved me. Well, Lizzie, I'm glad you can use outlines. I can't. I'm a pantser. I wrote my whole story in my head with the second one now percolating in my head while I'm trying to finish the first one. And I so want to start the second story. It's driving me crazy. But I have got to finish the first one. Keep telling myself that. Finish the first one first. Then you can start the second one. And I'm trying to learn how to outline, but I'm not sure that it'll ever happen. It's just not me. I am a pantser, always have been. Even when I wrote my research papers in high school, I wrote all my papers up, and then when my teacher said, I want to see the outline, it's like, uh-oh. And I'd have to quick write an outline up. And since I knew, basically what an outline should be, I knew how to write my research paper. So It wasn't that difficult to write an outline from my research paper, but I did it the opposite way around. I didn't write a paper from an outline. I wrote an outline from the paper. Uh, let's see. Everyone is talking about their crushes in the scene and how the protagonist, who's in prison and is never talked about, has dull humor. Everyone is really growling. Cool. Lizzie says, I'm a pantser, but this book needs some plotting because the plot isn't strong enough to pants. I never ran into that problem. This is my first novel, though. I always write short stories. So this was a whole new thing for me. And even though I didn't outline, I created a story Bible with information because there's so much information to remember. Like I couldn't keep all that straight in my head. I need to keep looking back at my story Bible. So that was something that I did that's different from writing a short story. Short story, I could just throw a short story out there in no time. And it's not a big deal, but I had never written a novel before, and I did not know what I was going to run into. And when I started getting to a point where I couldn't remember, and I was putting brackets in and putting, the information I needed in the brackets, I have to fix all that now because there's brackets all over the place, and I have to fix the information now as I'm going through it because I just couldn't keep all that in my head. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Ever since I got in the colitis, every time I eat something, I have to burp. I am sorry. Can't help it. Jen says, do I get a pass for having written? I think that's supposed to be 7,925 words today alone. If that's 7,925 words alone, I'd say, yeah, you get a pass. Definitely. Okay, 7,925. Yes. That's a good amount of words in one day. You did good. Lizzie says to Jen, whoa, you wrote that much today? Congrats. Morgan says, whoa, I've passed 3K in a day, maybe 5 times. Wow. I've gotten close to 10K before. I don't think I've ever written over it. Trying to write it for the 10K things, and I don't think I ever hit 10K. But I've done more than 3K in a day. Many times. I'm a fast typer, and if I have a story that I want to get out, and I turn that internal editor off, I can do that. Of course, I have to go back and fix everything when it's done. Okay. In her life, she says. And Jen says, it's my job. I have to. And she's got a point there. Oh, missed it. Jen says, if I don't get back at it, I'll need to write over 13K tomorrow. You better get hurrying, because 13K in one day is a heck of a lot of words. I find the longer I have, the longer I stop. 8 hours of writing, 1,668 words. 90 minutes, 1,668 words. I never thought much about it. I don't even write down what I write. I know a lot of people keep track, and I don't really keep track. If I'm doing a sprint, I'm actually writing and not editing. I'll count the amount of words I did, but I don't write it down anywhere. I don't keep track. I have no idea how many words I can do in a day. Actually, Jen says she can feel that to Morgan. And Jen says, I'm just glad that I had the week off from the day job and I am available to write that much here at home. Yeah, you're lucky. It would be very hard to work all day and then come home and try to put that many words in. I can only imagine. Writing on a schedule is not something I do. I can't keep a schedule. I never have. I don't know how I managed to work in a real job with having to keep a schedule, but wasn't writing. But I don't do schedules. I don't do deadlines. I don't have deadlines. I don't work. I've been out of work for 10 years due to disability. So my time is my own. And I keep telling myself I'm gonna start tracking. And maybe I'll put a page in my bullet journal if I figure this out, what I want it to be. And maybe I'll try to remember, but it's just not that important in my mind that I need to know. I know it is to some people. And it is important to some people, especially if they're getting paid by the word or whatever. But I don't know. I just don't keep trying. I want to change my ways. I don't know if I can. Jen says yes to Morgan. I use a spreadsheet for that, and I love it. A spreadsheet would definitely. I have more wordy. I have the spreadsheet for that, and I started it. Then I went back in the hospital, and that just totally screwed everything up because I don't know how many times I went in the hospital during Milwordy. I gave up on it finally. I said, this is driving me crazy. And for what? I'm not going to make even the lowest goal because I'm just sick all the time right now. It's just not a good time. So I was trying to keep track there for a while. And I was trying to keep track of the different things I wrote, my blog posts and all that stuff. But I don't really have a need to know how much I do in a day now that I've decided to just forget the word. And I noticed Kate, who started the whole thing, ended up getting sick and stopping, and she's still on it, restarted again in December, she said. And I'm like, I'm not restarting. So I have a spreadsheet if I really want to keep track. It makes things easier. Yeah, spreadsheets are good for those kind of things. Alley Cat has to go play games with the family. Have fun. Bye, Alley Cat. Thanks for stopping by. Have a happy new year and hope to see you soon. Jen says, I don't obsess about how much I have to write. It's just kind of gets to be less and less, and I focus on the writing. Yeah, you have to, especially when you've got so much to write. I don't know. I don't know how well I could do it to be told you have to write a certain amount of words on a certain subject and, just get it down. I don't know. Bye, Allie and Jen. Wayne, Morgan. Lizzie says to Morgan, I'm the same way. I don't usually write for the day until after my 10 p.m. bedtime. So after your 10 p.m. bedtime? Oh, gee. Usually. Jen says, mind you, I didn't create the spreadsheet. I just copied it from someone. Doesn't matter how you got it, as long as it works. Hi, Alley Cat. Morgan says, momentum is a motivator for me. If I have a writing streak or something, I hate stopping it, like being able to match my own record. Oh, yeah. If I'm really into something writing, I hate to stop, too. I am in the position of having bipolar. So when my moods are in the wrong, I mean, neither one is great, but when I'm depressed, it's very hard for me to write. And it really sucks. And when I'm manic, gosh, if I have a story at the same time, I can just fly through it. Like I said, everything's in my head. It just comes flying through my head. I don't even have to think about it. It just comes flying out. So I'm saying I'm having a problem now because I've got one in my head that wants to start writing, and I'm trying to force myself to finish the first one first. I'm having a hard time. Lizzie says, I can write 1,000 words in 25 minutes, but 200 words in 4 hours. It happens. It happens. Jen says, it's extremely hard to me. It is extremely hard. I won't say it's not, but I am persevering, and I will continue to persevere. I am not going to let it beat me. I may have some really bad days, but I am not going to let it beat me. Lizzie says, to prove that, it's 10:08. Oh, Lizzie. You see, I'm still on yesterday's words. Now, so someone who can type that many words, what are you still doing on yesterday's words? Or if I'm being real, negative 200 words in 4 hours. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Right now, I'm kind of missing. I really want to start writing. Editing isn't fun. It really isn't. But I need to edit this before I can send it to beta readers, because I just finished writing this last half on Monday night. So it's definitely needs some work. I'm sure. I'm still finding things in the first half who I did send half to a beta reader. She offered to read it before it was finished, and I still have to send her the whole thing. And I redid a part of the beginning, besides what she sent, corrections she sent me, which I agreed with, I changed. And then I changed some other things. So I'm going to send her the whole thing once it's done. Then I have to look for a couple beta, or how many beta readers I can find. So I'm working at getting it edited before I can go any further. Lizzie says, I will get this book done on Wednesday. Nothing will stop me from writing half the novel in 3 days. Nothing at all. Wow, girl. I hope it's not a super long novel, because 3 days is not a lot of time. Jen says, you can do it, Lizzie. You're off school, right? All right. We've had a nice little break. Are we ready to write again? Since most of us ate during the last one, we really didn't get much writing done. So if we're ready, we'll start another sprint. Lizzie says she's on break tomorrow, hoping for a 10K or at least 6K. Well, from what you said, you can do it if you want to. You need a 5K a day to finish. That's a doable amount, 5K. It's hard, but it's doable. All right, Jen's got the room up. Let me get in there. Okay. Lizzie says she's going to handwrite everything to give me something to go off of. Ooh, handwriting. Not me. I tried doing that when I was in the hospital. I had my daughter bring me a big couple tablets and some pens and stuff, and I'm like trying to do this, and I'm like, I can't do this by hand. No way I can do this by hand. I tried. Shan says I can jump into a lot of sprints this week. I'm excited. Let's see. Well, I know tomorrow, Jules has another one tomorrow from 1 to 3. The Darlene writer. Hers is 1 to 3. And then I think 9 to 11, Laura Nettles has one tomorrow night. From 9 to 11 is Laura Nettles. Usually, anyhow. I think she's having one tomorrow, though I didn't see it listed yet. Those two I know for tomorrow. Right? Today? Yeah, tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll be able to make all of Jules because I got the occupational therapist coming out tomorrow. And I have to get recertified. So I don't know how long that's going to take. So I may not get to Jules tomorrow. Definitely will hopefully look for Laura's. I don't think I'm going to sprint tomorrow because there are 2 that I know of, and even if I only get to one of them, there's probably somebody else out there sprinting because I have Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday already scheduled. So I might try going to streams again next week, but not with the people I don't feel myself around. Well, I think you feel yourself around us. You seem to be. You see that we are good people. And you can be yourself without any problems. Daisy says, I like sticking to my darling writer circle of streamers. I never feel bad about myself. I feel the same way. I got involved with that. We all started around the same time. And Jules is doing really good. Charlie Dorset's doing really good. Laura and I are doing around about the same, but we all started around the same time, and we're all in a little group. And we all stream. We all do live stream. Megan McCarthy, I'm not sure. I don't think she's actually doing her own streams, but she guest hosts a lot of times. She's usually almost always on Charlie's. So glad I made the cut. Welcome. Jen says, I love Jules Street. I told you about her the other day. I gather that's how you found her. You remember me telling you about her? I like Jules too. Lizzie says, I had to eat dinner during Morgan's stream today. That mac and cheese killed me. I was in Morgan's until I had to leave to come back to mine. I always eat during my own stream. You know I don't mind. Well, you see, I had to. Oh, I guess you, I don't know, you probably didn't notice me eating. Well, I ate my last meal in the kitchen. I ate the other meal on a break, so nobody even knew I was eating. Hi, Isaac. I'm new to the channel and a young learning writer, and I would really appreciate it if you have any recommendations of books, articles, etc., which may aid me on my journey. Thank you very much. Hi, Isaac, and welcome to my channel. As far as books, I'm just learning that there's a Save the Cat writes a novel. I did not like that one, but the original author of Save the Cat, Blake Snyder, wrote several books. And I just found his second one, which is actually for screenwriters, but it fits for a novel writers as well. And it's called Save the Cat Goes to the Movies by Blake Snyder. And it really goes into the beats, and it gives examples of movies and how they all follow these beats, certain beats, which books do as well. And I found that to be the best explanation of the beats. I didn't like the second Save the Cat writes a novel by I can't remember her name. It was written by a woman. I didn't care for that one. So that's one I would definitely suggest. I don't know what kind of books you actually, what your genres are. Someone else may be able to give you a couple different books that I don't know of, because I'm just starting to collect my own thing of books, but I haven't been had a chance to read them. Lizzie says, I started off by a different clique of Authortubers and became highly jealous of the one who introduced me to streams. Became unhealthy, and when I left her channel, I left their friends too. Well, I can see that. As you can see, you fit in here just fine, and we like having you here. And you're welcome anytime. Jen says, hey, Isaac. Lizzie says, welcome, Isaac. Isaac says, hello, all. We understand. Isaac, gosh, spelling. Yeah, sometimes we all have that problems. You're fine. I'm sure we understood. Isaac, gosh. Lizzie, I never mess up names. What's up with me today? Isaac, aha, it's quite an abnormal name. I have heard of Isaac before, but yeah, it's not a very common name for sure. But it's certainly not an unheard of name. Is it Isaac, I-S-A-A-C? Yes, according to this thing, it's I-S-A-A-C. Jen says, I feel like I've heard it before a fair amount. Well, Isaac Asimov or however you pronounce that, is the first one that came to mind when I thought of Isaac. Isaac says he Yes, it is. I'm from England, so it might not be as popular. There's that possibility, but I have heard of other Isaacs. It's not that unusual name. Morgan says, ha, I was sharing my blog in video format for like 2 years before I found the community like 18 months ago, and only started streaming in August. I have been on Authortube for about 2.5 years, following all the videos and becoming, you know, going into the streams, learning the different people. And it was, I don't know, about 6 months ago when I decided to start my own channel. And a month or so after that, I started my live streaming, and I stream a minimum of 3 times a week. I have a set schedule 3 times a week, and then I have pop-ups. Tonight is a pop-up. It's not one of my scheduled ones. And I'm still fairly new. But I've been around Authortube for 2.5 years. I mean, I'm not new to the, you know, all these people around here. I know them all. And there are certain little cliques, for sure. And that's why I kind of stay, you know, the ones like with Jules and Charlie and Laura and Megan. We all kind of started around the same time, and we kind of became, you know, like helping each other out. We became a little group. Almost like we kind of consider ourselves a little bit like family. So, you know, I kind of dropped out of the big groups, most of them, and stick with my new groups. And we're all mostly new YouTubers. And I'm happier than with those big ones. Let's see. So Morgan says, if it shows, hit it. Are there any aspects of writing in particular you're curious about? Chan says, I understand that, Lizzie. I get overwhelmed and intimidated easily. Yeah. In the beginning, I didn't know any better, so I hung around with the big names. And like my first Authortuber was Kate Kavanaugh. I do still watch her videos, but being in her streams, you're just one of hundreds, and you're not even noticed. Lizzie says, I've heard of Isaac plenty of times. I had a dad in a book named Isaac once. Don't know why I can't spell it. Chen says, I've heard it, but is it an English name more than an American name? I don't know, because I have heard of it before as well. It's not one I've heard a lot, but I have heard of it. It's certainly not an unusual name. Morgan says, sometimes I find one hand types faster than the other, leading to typos. I'm American and familiar with Isaac as the name. Yeah, I think we all have. Isaac, I think everybody probably in here is from America at the moment. And we've all heard of Isaac before, so it's not that uncommon a name. Jen says, so Authortube is not a separate thing, but just like a community. Yeah, it's like a community of writers that's kind of it's not really, I don't think YouTube recognizes it as anything. We just call ourselves Authortube, and I don't know that whether it's an actual thing. Morgan says Authortube is just a small author corner of YouTube. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they recognized us or not. Morgan says we share videos about writing and live stream write-ins and sometimes social stuff. There's some associated discords and a Facebook group. I'm finding more and more individuals are setting up discords. Charlie Dorset has a discord, and Abigail Ford. How can I forget Abigail? She also started around the same time. Abigail Ford, she has a discord. For finding each other. Jen says, I think I just discovered it a few months back. I love the sprints. Gotta go. Bye, everyone. Bye, Lizzie. Happy New Year. Thanks for coming. Go. Jeez. Morgan waves. Jen says, bye, Lizzie. Jen says, I think it would sound much better with an English accent. Oh, everything sounds better with an English accent. Definitely. I love English accents. Jen says, I'm kind of looking forward to streaming myself, assuming I survive Friday. You're going to survive. Now, if we get 1,000 people in there, we may not survive. If we get 100 people in there, I'm not so sure. You know, I haven't had more than, I think 16 has been the most I've had in here at one time. I don't know what I would do with more people. Morgan says, I have too many discords. So many. Yeah, I have quite a few, but I'm not very good with Discord. I really struggle in that thing. Morgan says, bye, Lizzie. Jen says, explain Discords to me. At Morgan. It's like a server, and you set it up with, you can set up rooms in there. You can set up sprints in there, and there's a bot thing. A bunch of text chat rooms giving access to the members. You can share pictures, links, and videos, and there are also voice and video rooms. Yeah, she got a little bit more than I just said, but that pretty much, so you can have multiple servers or just groups that you chat with. I find them awkward. I know a lot of people love them. I do belong to Charlie's. I belong to Abigail's. I belong to South Jersey NaNoWriters because I'm part of South Jersey NaNoWriMo group. And there was one more I'm a member of, but like I said, for me, I'm not comfortable there. See, I think it jumped over something. It jumped on me. Morgan says, so you can have multiple servers or just groups that you chat with. Yeah, so when I sign into Discord, everybody I have a Discord with is on there. Because they use the same sign-in name. Morgan says, and I do love the Sprinto bot. An easy way to do a 15-plus minute sprint with whoever's on right then. I've done a couple of them. There are codes, though, doing it, and I can never remember the code that you have to type in order to enter and all that. So I find that a little complicated too. Where it says, sorry, I've been running Discord into training sessions, intro training sessions all summer. And I have like a crash course. It's like, hey, you want to do a sprint? Okay. And then try to figure out how to do it. And they're like trying, the thing's running, and they're trying to give me all these codes that you have to type in order to have it do and recognize your, your word count and all that stuff. I don't know. It just, for me, it's not me. It is for other people, but it's not really for me. I go in there every now and then, but I have a lot of trouble with them. Morgan says, sometimes I find the Discord sprint rooms less distracting than Authortube ones. Yeah, I guess I can agree with you there. I just hate all the code that has to be typed in order to, actually use it. And I wrote it down somewhere, and then I don't know what I did with it. I think it's in my planner somewhere. But it's like, you got to type certain things in for it to do it. But around Nano, you'll get a lot of sprints. Right now, not too many of them are doing sprints. The Discord.com. But you need, usually what you need is an invitation from someone who has a Discord. Like each of mine were given, I was given, I was given an invitation from the person who owns the Discord server. And I forget, there's a maximum how many Discords you can be a part of as well. If you go to Charlie Dorset and go to his YouTube page, under his comments, he has a link to his, and you click on it, and it'll be an invitation, and then you can set up your access, and then you become part of that one. And then once you have it set up, you can get an invitation from anybody who has a Discord, and it'll just add it all, so they're all under one name. You don't need a different access for each one. As Morgan says, there's a join link. It can be done through the browser or the app. The Anasana app, I'm not good with the phone, so the app I don't really mess with. But I do. I mean, my Discord's open right now. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know if I got the hiccups or I'm just... As long as you just sprint to start one, join word count before it kicks off, and I don't think that's the codes I was given. They don't look like the ones I have. I don't know, maybe they're different in different Discords. Honestly, don't know. I've only done sprints in one of them. Morgan says the rest are fancy editions. Help should get you there. Or should be pinned at the top of the sprint channel if they're well organized. Yeah. Most of the ones I belong to are brand new and I have no idea exactly what they're doing. It'll be discord.gg/link invite code. I know it's by invitation. And like I said, if you go to Charlie's, you go to Charlie Dorset on YouTube and go underneath, he has an invite to his. And once you're set up, you just need an invite from somebody, and then it'll all go to the same Discord because you'll use the same sign-in. Jen's found the app. You can set up a nickname for each channel though. So while you have the same login, you can have a professional nickname on one server and your pen name on another. I did notice that I had I had 2 different ones, and I'm like, I really only need one. So now I think they're all under the same nickname. But yeah, I did see where you could have different nicknames depending on what it is you're doing. I guess that makes sense. I use the app on my computer instead of through the browser because it's more robust and easier. The app on your computer. I'm not sure how to do that. I only know how to get into it through the browser. I'm only familiar with SprintoBot. I think that was the name of the one on South Jersey, NaNoWriMo. Sprinto. Sounds familiar. Discord has a steep learning curve, but a lot of useful things. I agree, Morgan. It has a steep learning curve, and it's really hard for someone like me. I used to have a lot more computer smarts, but ever since my disability, my memory and learning has taken a deep dive. And if it's not simple, I have trouble with it, unfortunately. I don't know, I find Discord to be too much like the old computer when you use DOS. That's what it reminds me of, DOS, with the old computers. And if you ever use DOS, you don't want to use it. It's not, I don't find it user-friendly. I don't know if it would help or hinder my progress. I don't know, Jen. It may. The only way you can find out is by trying. I personally don't care for it. But everybody's different. And it might be great for you. Morgan says you go to discord.com and click download. Chen says I use Forest on my own if I'm just writing without a stream. Chen says I'm taking a peek. And Morgan says, then again, and I find Scrivener less user-friendly on the PC than Discord. Oh, great. Less user-friendly. I hate Discord, and I haven't even tried Scrivener yet because I haven't figured it out. I haven't been able to figure it out. I have it. I have not been able to figure it out. And you're telling me it's less user-friendly than the Discord. Oh, dear God. I may never learn Scrivener. Good thing I got it at half price. Jeez. I haven't used it. I've had it for a year or so now, and I haven't used it. I had to download a new version of it, and I couldn't find the key. So I had to contact them. I'm like, I downloaded this new version, but I can't get into it. I paid for it. So I'm searching through my old emails, and finally I found the time they replied back to me with the information because they found me in their system. I had found the email with the key in it. So I was able to get it up and running again, but I haven't been able to figure out how to use it. Morgan says I hear Scrivener is better on Macs and more useful for planners or people who write out of order. None of which apply to me. I have heard that about people talking about it on Macs, and like I think it was originally made for Mac. They finally made one for the PC, but I heard it is definitely not as good as what is on Mac. And yeah, you can. They say you can just drag and drop your things any which way you want to. I knew you meant me. It's okay. Jan says, I manage Scrivener fine, but I'm certain that I don't use it to its full capacity. Yeah, I've heard people say that they create all their character profiles, story Bible and stuff. They do it on Scrivener. So I'm doing it in Excel, but they say you can set all that up in Scrivener. I just have to learn how to use it. But I have so many things I have to learn how to use. It isn't funny. Welcome back. How did I miss that? Lizzie's back with a song stuck in my head. Send help. I can't help you. I got the Slinky song stuck in my head. Slinky, Slinky, yeah. It won't go away. Now I want to write a new story surrounding it. Lizzie. But it can apply to this book in a weird way. Oh my goodness gracious, girl. Yeah, I got the Slinky song in my head. I was sitting out in the kitchen singing the Slinky song. I'm like, what are you doing? I don't even know where it came from. It's not like I'm watching TV and Slinky came on. I just suddenly got Slinky in my head. That won't go away. Oh, Lizzie. My brain keeps going. We're fine. Yay, yay, yay. Got my peace sign in the air. Yay, yay. Baby, we're fine. Yay, yay, yes. Send help. Yeah, you need help, girl. Isaac says it's 3:45 in the morning, so I guess it's time for me to log off. It was very nice to meet all of you. You all seem very welcoming people. Well, we are very happy to meet you, Isaac, and if you would like to join us again, we would love to have you. That's right, you're in so you're ahead of us. So yeah, I guess it is. Because it's almost 11 p.m. where I'm at, so I can imagine. Yes, you may definitely. I would definitely be popping in from time to time if that is okay with you, Tessa. I think it'd be great for me to gain knowledge and wisdom from you all. You all seem experts and experienced. Thank you, Isaac, and we would love to have you. Stop in anytime. I usually stream Tuesday, Thursday at 7:30 Eastern time, so that's it's kind of late for you. And Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Again, a little late. Depends on whether you're a night owl like me. Sometimes I do pop-ups earlier on the weekends, or if I feel like it during the day. So we are very happy to have you here, and I would love to have you stop by again, for sure. Jen says, good meeting you, Isaac. Morgan says, sleep well when you get there, Isaac. Lizzie says to Isaac, nice to meet you. I'm surprised you're up this late. Good night. Thank you very much, Jean, Lizzie, Tessa, and Morgan. Great to meet and hang out with all of you. I'll have to go read a book, Waves. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Morgan, for stopping by. Stop by anytime. Jen says, have a great day. So good night, you guys that are leaving. And Happy New Year. Lizzie says, the song is a mess. Happy for you, my little mix. Heard it yesterday and I'm possessed by the post-chorus now. Lizzie says, good night to Morgan. Kate Lines, hi Tessa, popping back in for a little to chat, maybe do some writing if you're all still going. We certainly are. Hi Kate, Happy New Year to you. We're actually about ready to do another pop-up, another sprint. Listen to me. I can't even talk. Isaac, I'm definitely a night owl, so it'll work fine for me. Wonderful. I hope to see you soon then. I think I don't know if I have I have to put my schedule on my Instagram. On Tuesday and Thursday, 7:30 Eastern time. Friday, 9 o'clock Eastern time. And then I do pop-ups. So if you check my name, you'll see if I have something scheduled. If you subscribe, then you'll get notification, as well as the notifications work. You'll get notification. You can do that too. You can subscribe. Yeah, we do need to do another sprint. So definitely need to get one set up. I'm going to finish reading these real quick. Good night to Morgan. Happy New Year from Kate. So glad to get 2020 farewell. You and everybody else with you. Believe me, we're all looking forward to the new year. Hopefully a much better year. Lizzie says, I feel bad for actually enjoying 2020. If you can actually enjoy it, I'm glad for you. Isaac says, thank you very much. Bye, all. Bye, Isaac. Lizzie says, I'll actually miss it. Not going to lie. I liked finding my love for writing this year. Well, that's a good thing, and that's something to remember. There's always something good in everything. I mean, I grumble a lot about a lot of things in 2020, but in a lot of ways, good things have come out of part of it. I mean, I wrote a novel. I never thought I'd ever write a novel. That's a good thing. See, she agrees with me. There's a silver lining to everything. Everything happens for some reason or another. I truly believe that. At the time it happens, it may not seem like a blessing, but when you look back on it, you see what a blessing it was. I've had that happen so many times in my life where I've been so upset and down, and then the other side of it was the silver lining, and you know, it may not have happened. I mean, I may have mentioned this before to Jen, I got conned by a con man, but out of that, I got my son back. So I may have been conned by a con man, but he got me my son back. So that's not a bad thing. Lizzie says, me being positive actually exists. I never knew. It's in us all. It's in us all, Lizzie. We just have to look for it. That's a tough call with 2020, though, but we've all learned something from it. Yeah, it's been hard. It's been lonely at times. I had a brand new grandchild born just before we went into isolation. I've only seen him a couple times in his life for a very short period of time and from a distance. I'm not allowed near him. But I did get a chance to peek at him a couple times. So, part of me misses that for sure. Izzy says, I found my love for creative journaling, wrote 5, almost 6 books, and I really found the root of what's wrong with me so I can change. That's wonderful. That's great news. Kay says, so true. This was a big writing year for me too. And that's been something positive to cling to amid the mess of everything else. Take the good, leave the bad. Lizzie says, I just wish my vacations didn't get canceled. Well, Lizzie, I can understand that. But as a person who never gets to go on vacation, I can't feel super, super, super bad for you. I'm sorry you didn't get to go on your vacations, but I don't get vacations. Had very few in my life. So, vacations aren't something that I look forward to. They just don't happen. You said you were going to Disney World soon, right? So that's something to look forward to. I started a gratitude journal on Christmas, or I will write in it every day. That's always a good thing to do. Jen says, I think writing was a big one this year. I discovered Authortubers, published a book, got more jobs. Yeah. There's a lot of good in the bad. I think if everybody really took a good look at themselves, they would find a lot of good mixed in with the bad. Lizzie says, I also discovered Authortubers in 2020. Yeah. Jen says, I still went on a small trip. Well, that's good. Even when I was married, we used to go on camping trips. And I hated camping. And I had to do the cleaning and the cooking and everything that I did at home. And it just wasn't a vacation to me. It was just an extension of home. So, Lizzie says, I really wanted to go to Europe for my birthday. My parents saved up 2 years for it. And their Disney anniversary got canceled before that. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, right now, you don't want to be traveling. It's just not safe. You're better off. And you're better off with not being on those cruise ships, because those cruise ships come back full of sick people. So, in some ways, it's better you didn't go on the cruise. Jen says it will be my full-time career at some point. That's, I hope, something that you can get to soon. That would be great. If I was still working, I would like to be able to write full-time. I can write full-time now. I'm not working, but I can't publish anything because I can't make money off it. So, I have to write just for the sheer love of writing. It was their 25th anniversary. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a shame. We all do that. I'm still finding instances of that as I'm correcting my book. And I've been through this thing so many times and I'm still finding stupid things like that. here and here and there and there. Your. Oh, gee. He says we go to Disney at least twice a year. This is our first year not going to Magic Kingdom in almost a decade. We had 2 trips planned with that park on the list. Well, I'm sorry you didn't get to go. Um, like I said, I didn't get to do much. The first time I went to Disney was a couple years ago. I was in a wheelchair because I can't walk like that. It's way too much walking, and they had to push me around in a wheelchair. And we didn't do much because the kids did nothing but fight, cry, and scream and wanted to go in the pool. It's like, you paid all this money for us to come here when all they want is a pool. Could have done that in New Jersey, and it would have cost you a heck of a lot less than what this trip is costing you. And they don't even care. So we didn't get to see much. So I finally made it to Disney. I can say I made it to Disney. But what did I do in Disney? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're not too worried about the risk. I would be worried about the risk. It really is serious. Going to Disney and risk getting sick is not the top of my list. Jen says I'm going to step away for a bit. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, I got a couple people here, I think. I'll start a stream, sprint. Get through these last couple Lizzie says, actually getting sick wasn't much of a worry for me this year, really. I got sick earlier this year. People were scared because it lasted for 2 weeks. That was right before lockdown. Yeah, I was in the hospital for 10 days with a case of bronchitis, complicated by my asthma is what they thought. I couldn't breathe. I was on oxygen, and I have a pretty good feeling that I had COVID at that point. It's in the time frame that they started actually counting, but they hadn't shut anything down at that point. But I'm pretty sure I had COVID. Because who goes to the hospital 10 days for bronchitis? I thought everyone went to Disney World at least 2 times a year up until the beginning of this year. I'm literally not joking. Oh, wow, Lizzie. There are so many of us who have not been to Disney at all, let alone twice a year. Wow. I think you're lucky. You're a lucky young lady. I had a cold and I couldn't stop coughing my head off. Well, you may have had a mild form of the virus. I was at swim practice dying in the pool and everyone swimming away. Great. Okay. So, I'm going to set another timer. I'm not going to worry about the Far's absence. Jen is not here, and she and I were the only 2 that were using it, so I'm not going to set it. The sprint. Okay. I'm going to set the timer for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. My parents use my vacations to remind me I don't have a terrible life. It helps. You know, Lizzie, I had no money when I was growing up. My parents couldn't take us anywhere unless it was free. And a lot of things aren't free. So we had some strange trips. And then we would get to split a cheeseburger with somebody and a couple fries because we had no money for food either. So you don't have a terrible life by any means. There are some things about your life I think are a little harsh, but in a lot of ways you don't have a horrible life. Lizzie says, I didn't have any type of the virus. It wasn't as bad as I'm saying it to be. My sister had a mild cold from her dance classmate. I got it 5 days later when she was doing better. Well, I'm glad you didn't have the virus. All right, I'm going back to my project. And if you're going to write some words, now's the time to do it. I remember wearing that button. First time when I was in my late 50s, early 60s. Probably late 50s. My daughter didn't go for the first time until she was 14, Lizzie. My daughter didn't go until she took me a few years ago. That was the first time, and she was a grown up with 2 young children who weren't that young at the point, though they acted like young children, fighting and carrying on. We didn't do anything like that when I was married. We didn't go to Disney. We didn't have any of that stuff. One time, 2 adults had the buttons on and we were shook. How? What have they been doing all their lives? Lizzie, that trip to Disney is expensive. And there are people in this world who cannot afford it. They have to make a choice between going to Disney and putting food on the table and a roof over their heads. I didn't get the tree code. I didn't see the tree code because I thought you said you were leaving. I must have, oh, it's on. It's running. I don't remember putting it in. I guess I did. We just never started it, I guess. Okay, it's moving. It's running. I got it. Oof, I was 1 or 2 when I first went. Yeah, see? You don't know how good you got it, Lizzie. It's very expensive, so that's what keeps me away. My sister's first vacation was a Disney cruise. I've been on 13 cruises. I was hoping 15 by the end of this year. This conversation is starting to really, I don't know what to say. It was 15 my first time as well. I was 50 some, almost 60, the first time I went to Disney. And I couldn't even enjoy it because I was in a wheelchair with two brats fighting nonstop. That was my first introduction to Disney. I couldn't even enjoy any of it. And it rained the whole time to boot, if that wasn't bad enough. Our trips are very short. We are part of the Disney Vacation Club. We have discounts. Well, it helps if you live near Disney. It costs a lot of money to fly from where I am to Disney. My parents have so many DVC shirts, it's not even funny. I think Disney is one of those things when you're either super into it or kind of meh. Yeah. Jen, yeah. It wasn't part of our lifestyle. We didn't have room for, we didn't have money for anything. We certainly couldn't go to Disney. And even after I got married, my husband spent money on other things. Disney wasn't part of anything he cared for. He goes and he leaves us and gets his girlfriend, and then all of a sudden he's going to Disney and on cruises and doing all kinds of stuff that we never did as a family. So it's just getting me on a subject that's making me pissed off. Someone is in the room with me. Must be you. What? Someone is in the room with me. Must be you. I'm confused. Jen says I haven't been on a cruise and I don't want to. I'm scared of water. I wanted to go on a cruise, but I'm terrified of water too. And boats make me sick. Very sick. Lizzie says, my parents have a lot of debt. My mom pays for all the trips alone. My dad pays the bills and the groceries. I don't understand money that much. People usually have more money than us. Well, honey, if you go to Disney twice a year and go on cruises all the time, you got more money than you think, or you've got a lot more debt than your parents are letting you know about. It's only 3.5 hours away for at the most. Well, that would make a slight difference. For me, I live in New Jersey, so I'm not that close. The airfare was tremendous. Jen says if you live really close, that helps. I have to drive about 6 hours. Well, you're even closer too, 6 hours. I have to fly from New Jersey to Florida. I had a panic last time I went. That's not good, Jen. Yet I've never been to Disneyland. Well, to me, they're all the same. I'll stop talking now. I just like travel talk. Oh, the tree room. Yeah, I'm in the tree room with you. It's working. It's running. I didn't know what room you were talking about. I'm the kind of girl to go to a quiet coastal vacation. That sounds lovely. I want no people and just peace. Hey, Jen, I agree. Crowds of people drive me crazy, give me panic attacks. I have agoraphobia. Huge crowds of people drive me crazy. No one I know goes on frequent trips. Oh boy, trips. I blurt it out a lot and people get annoyed. I've been called rich girl and people saying that they want my trips to end up like the Titanic. Well, that's mean. I'm not exactly happy with fact right now, but I would never wish your trips to end up like the Titanic. That is horrible. Oh, God, people are so rude and mean. But it's LA, Tessa. That's the worst city, probably like New York City. Well, then you wouldn't find me there. I don't go to New York City. It's, what, 3-4 hours from me? Wouldn't find me in New York City unless someone takes me there and holds my hand. Lizzie says, I'm not a fan of the people everywhere. My sister hates all the crying babies. Well, I can imagine. That must be hard for her. Oh, geez, the Titanic. Yeah, I agree. That's a terrible thing to say to somebody. In my mind, all cruises are dangerous, though. Everything's dangerous. You can walk out your front door and get run over by a bus. Jeez. Though I do prefer to keep my feet firmly on the ground. Terra firma, as they say. If I ever lived in LA, I'd never drive. That's how I feel about New York, Philadelphia. I can't stand cities like that. Philadelphia is nowhere near as bad as New York, but I won't drive in Philly either. Busy says, yep, created a cruise forum and a game, and people said they wish the Titanic on me, rich girl. Choose me to have no one to talk to about cruises. Well, I can't help you with cruises. I've never been on one, and I sincerely doubt I ever will be. I guess the only things that make me happy offend everyone. I'm not offended. I'm just, I don't know what I am. It's just hard when you don't have something and can't have something and won't ever have something, and someone keeps talking about it over and over. And like Jen says, everyone has a different life. Yours happens to be full of Disney and cruises, and that's wonderful for you. It does sting a bit. That's the problem. When you don't have the money, it stings a bit. That's all. We don't have money. No, we don't. So there's no Disney in my future. Even if I could walk around Disney, which I can't, Disney's just not something I'm going to be able to do. Even if I, had the money right now, I can't walk. I can't. I walk around here with a walker. I can barely walk as it is. I'm worried about being in a wheelchair full time. And it's not something I can do. And it's not something I'm going to ever be able to do. That trip my daughter took me on sure opened my eyes on how difficult that was. And I'm sure she didn't expect it to be as hard as it was. Pushing me around in a wheelchair the whole time, and the kids fighting, and, it just wasn't we didn't get to do it as a family. We never had money. Not having money with kids hurts a lot of the time. Our kids never got to do any of that stuff. They were adults when they got to go. My son was the only one, and that's because his father was going with his girlfriend, and so they took my son with them. And he spent the whole time getting in trouble. And then they went to Mexico, and he spent the whole time getting drunk because what was he, 15? Down there, you can drink at 15. So he was drunk all the time. He told me all about this. His father didn't know about it. I'm like, great, wonderful, great to know. My 15-year-old son's getting drunk in Mexico. Chen says I use it as a goal to work harder and try to earn more money. One of my friends went on 4 cruises, and he felt kind of sad when we talked about cruises with each other and our experiences. We haven't talked since April. He probably doesn't remember. I don't know what to say. Timers, time going down. Excuse me. Here we go again. Ugh. Did my thing come up? I'm trying. Yeah, there it is. I really want to take mine to a Europe trip someday, but it might never happen. It's going to be for her graduation. I'm going to head out now. I went too far on the vacation talk. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be allowed to talk at this point. I keep ruining streams. You didn't ruin the stream, Lizzie. It's okay. You can't help. Your life is different from our life. And you shouldn't have to censor yourself for us. You want to talk about your vacations, you can talk about your vacations. There is no censorship in here. You can talk about whatever you want, and you didn't ruin the stream. Please don't think that. Okay? I want you not to worry about it. You can come back anytime you want. You are welcome. And you may talk about whatever you want. You are welcome. I'm a little upset right now, but it has nothing to do with you. I had a death in the family today, and I'm not in a great mood right now. So I'm sorry if I got a little annoyed, but it's not easy. So you remember, you are welcome here anytime, and you can talk about whatever you want. Okay? Please remember that. I hope to see you at the next one. Have a good night, Lizzie. And if I don't see you before the new year, Happy New Year. Remember, Jen and I are streaming on New Year's Day night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. You want to come see both of us on? She'll be my co-host. Jen says, and we all have that thing that makes us happy and keeps us going. Your trips are that for you, and something your family does together. She's not the only one that has trips like that. There's a lot of people who do. I mean, you know, especially people that live that close to the parks. I mean, I don't know why she lived that close. Oh, gosh. But, I mean, everybody has something that they, and it's good that she has something to look forward to, especially being so young. I didn't want to scare her off. But it was a little rough hearing constantly about Disney. It's kind of a sore spot in my life. Yeah, it's different for all of us. Things are different. Everybody's different. And we get shaped by the way we were, you know, way we were. Yeah, I'm on edge. And I was trying not to, I didn't want to squash the enthusiasm, but honestly, you know, it's just getting a little too much. I'm a little on edge. You hated Disneyland when you took your daughter, and that's just sad. It was pretty Christmas, but crowded, and my mental health plummeted. I can imagine. I can certainly imagine. I remember the experience. Too many people. I'm not a crowd liking person. And, you know, listening to the two kids argue, and all they wanted to do was go swimming in the pool. I said, you spent all this money for this trip for these kids who do not give one iota that they're here. They do not care. They are not interested. There was very little there they wanted to see. It was an awful trip. And then it rained the whole time, just to boot. Just to make things worse, it had to rain the whole time we were there. That didn't help. My hair's sticking out over my head. Jeez. Lay down already. So, yeah. We went to Florida once as a family, and we got to see SeaWorld with Shamu the whale. And we only got to stay a few hours because our truck had broken down on the way down, and it was in the shop. And we had to go home to back to the thing to pick it up. And then we picked it up, dropped off the rental car, and it broke down again. It's like, Lord. That was our Florida trip. And my son got sick. He got strep throat while we were on our trip. He had to find a hospital on Thanksgiving Day that was sitting in the waiting room, and they can't figure out what is wrong with him. And then finally they said, he's got strep throat. He had this huge knot on his neck. I'm like, strep throat caused that huge knot? Are you kidding me? They said, no, it's strep throat. I said, all of us, except for him, had strep throat 3 weeks ago. And now you're telling me he has strep throat. He didn't get it with the rest of us. And he gets this huge knot. Yes, it's strep throat. So now we're looking for a pharmacy that's open all night, because of course it's in the middle of the night. And we're looking for a pharmacy. And we had to get the pink stuff that has to be refrigerated. Well, luckily we were on a travel trailer and had a refrigerator. So we're halfway to Florida. It's like, do we go on or do we go home? We're halfway. Which way? We have the refrigerator. We could keep the medicine cold. Maybe by the time we got down there, he'd be better. Well, he got sicker because he wasn't fully sick yet. He got sick. I'm not sure who's watching still. Tell you the truth, there's 5 people in here according to Kate came in. She might still be here. He got sicker, and then finally the medicine started working, and by the time we got to Florida, he was in better shape, thankfully. We have vacations like, Chevy Chase's vacation movies. That's the kind of vacations we have. Stuff like that happens to us. Strep throat equals dying to you? Oh my God, I've had strep throat so many times in my life. It isn't funny. Every time I get a sore throat, I go into panic mode because I think, oh God, not another strep throat. Because when I was a kid, I had tonsillitis every year. And every year they said, you have it one more time, we're taking your tonsils out. And they did this to me every year. And after they said that, I wouldn't have another case of tonsillitis that year. Like, my mind says, no tonsillitis. Can't have it. They're going to take your tonsils out. And next year, we start the same thing all over again until the doctors say, one more case, and we take out the tonsils. I still have my tonsils. But strep throat, oh man, I don't like to hear that word. My family stayed local when I was young. My parents traveled a lot back in the day, but they stopped now. It was their thing. When we were young, we had another family we were friends with. They had 3 kids, same age as we were. And we would travel together. We would pawn all our little bit of money, and we would drive to somewhere in Pennsylvania, because I live in New Jersey, that was free and had some kind of, thing to look at. So it was something a little special. And we would we would literally get a cheeseburger, and it would be split in half between each of us kids with a couple French fries. That was all we could afford. That was our trips. Big fun things. We had no money. I had no shoes. Shoes with cardboard in them. That's how bad things were. Yeah, you're blessed to live in California and your beautiful places. I live about an hour from the shore, the ocean. But driving down there in that traffic, I can't handle. And now I can't walk. So going down there is no fun for me. Can't walk the boardwalk. Can't walk out on the beach. Can't do all that stuff. Well, my kids go and do it all on their own, and I just stay by myself. Well, I was planning on writing. I didn't get anything written. And now the timer's about to go off again. IT should be steep by now. It's been sitting out there for a while. You think you're done for the night, Sally? Oh, I'm sorry, you can't write anymore. I'll just have to write. Somebody, I think, is still here. I'm not sure. I'll have to find out if anybody's still here or not. It says there's 5 people here. Yeah, having a bad back is not good for travel for sure. Getting to the airport about killed me. That was before we even got to the park. I guess I could get up early tomorrow, right? Once I finish the book, I kind of shut down. How I am going to write 13K tomorrow, I have no idea. Well, I wish you luck with the 13K. That's a lot of words for one day. I don't know how you're going to do it either. I mean, it's still early where you're at. I'm kind of surprised you're shutting down already. You flew to Buffalo like 3 years ago and you hate planes now. A good night's sleep might fix me up. I hope it fixes you up. Because I don't know, 13K is a heck of a lot of words. I'd be like writing straight through with no breaks whatsoever. Like skip the sprints and just keep writing. You're not going to bed now or anything. You're just tired of writing. Ow. I'm tired of sitting in this chair. It's not good for my back. And I can't have a pain pill. Oh, yes, I can. Yay, it's pain pill time. That'll help. That'll definitely help. Oh, the tree just stopped. I started writing on my own and joined Jules in the I can't speak. She's productive. Yeah, she has one tomorrow from 1 to 3. 1 a.m. our time. So, what's that? 10 a.m. your time? Yeah, she's 1 to 3 Eastern time. And I think, I don't know for sure, but Laura Nettles usually does Monday nights from 9 to 11 Eastern time. Those 2 I know for sure. He said I got lost in editing, almost done editing chapter 8 of What Grows. I'm trying to have all part 1 edited by mid-January, so another 14 chapters left on that. I'm editing now, and I'm really not sure how long I'm really spending editing, because I kind of like run through it. Like I don't sit and like just work on one chapter at a time. I just like run through it, and then I run through it again, and I fix things each time I run through it. I don't know which way is best, but that's how I end up doing it. Hi, Devin. I have daily playlists for live streams on my channel. Well, I'll get right up and start working. I do like the current story, and it's the latest book in the series, so it'll be a happily ever after. And Devin has played. Yeah, I was on his playlist earlier for tonight. We were supposed to write something for an anthology for February. Now, Devin, is this one, what, for tomorrow? Is this tomorrow's playlist? Oh, I keep forgetting. I can't click on the links on here. What am I doing? Here it is. Let's see if I can click on that link. Yeah, the rest of 2020. Boy, you're enterprising. Very enterprising. Let's see. December 31st. That starts with December 31st. Oh, I got it. There's one for each day. I clicked on 12/31 and I was wondering why it says December 31st on it. Duh. Dummy. All right, so 12/29. Interesting. Yeah, so there's my sprint. Ooh. Very good, Devin. That's definitely, yeah, my streams are on the playlist. That's very helpful. Well, if you're still here, Jen, you can go and check them out and you'll see what is available each day. And maybe make yourself up a little list and you can write on your own in between and join the different streams. That's very, very helpful. I'll have to try to remember that because I have you. I'm subscribed to you, so. Yeah, that's great. Those playlists are very helpful. And you can just move from one to the other. All right. Oh. So you're leaving, right, Jen? I subscribe to you. Couldn't tell you about the other two. That I subscribe to you. I have to go through my email again. I had a couple of new subscriptions on there, so I have to go check them out and subscribe. I said I subscribe to you, but I don't know who the other two are. But I definitely subscribe to you. And then I said, are you leaving? You sounded like you were leaving. So I was wondering if you were staying or are you leaving? Secret admirers. I don't know everybody that subscribes to me because it doesn't always tell me everybody. I guess there's settings that different people set up. So you're going to stick around for a bit. Okay. That's nice to know. Now, I got absolutely nothing done during that last sprint or the one before. And I really need to get back to work. I'm still trying to not only edit it, but put chapters in here. Hi, Isaac. Oh, I'm sorry you're not able to sleep. Nice to see you back. I think we're getting ready to start another sprint if you would like to join in with us. I usually do 30-minute sprints. If that is too long, let me know. I don't sleep well either. I sleep at weird times, and since I don't have a job to go to, I can sleep whenever I feel like it. So I usually sleep when I'm tired, and then I get up. So Kate, Isaac is new tonight, and he's looking for some help and some inspiration. And if you know any good books on writing that you want to suggest, he was looking for some books to help. And he's from England, so he's 4 or 5 hours ahead of us. So he's having a rough time sleeping. But he says he's a night owl like me, so. So, like I said, you may join us. You're getting ready to do another sprint. Oh, got it. I don't know if you do the Forest app, but Jen and I, usually do the Forest app. This is the current room. If you do the Forest app and you want to join. Okay. Okay, great. We've got the tree app set up. And I don't live on caffeine. I'm just the opposite. I am not a caffeine fiend. Okay. I'm going to get ready to start this. There's a couple books for you. Plus the Save the Cat. Goes to the Movies, as I said, is very good for helping with beats if you like the outline. A pantser, so. But I'm still enjoying the book. Anyhow. uh, okay. So I'm going to set it for 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh no. Forbidden from caffeine to the end of January. I've had issues with caffeine. I never really felt anything from caffeine myself personally. And I don't miss it when I don't have it. I'm not hooked on it. Yeah, very caffeine, very seldom. And the tea I just made is decaffeinated. So even that doesn't have caffeine in it. And this is 6 Sprint. Get us caught up here. All right, I'm going to go check on my tea. I will be back. Are you still here, Isaac? Because if you're still here, I just found a list of books someone gave me to read. If you're still here, I can give you the info on them. I can't vouch for them because I haven't read them yet, but I'm getting ready to try and find them on Amazon. So if you're still here, let me know, and I will give you a couple more books that I was given. Looks like there might be 4. Yeah, see, that's where I have it lucky. As I don't have a job. So I can work when I want. I can sleep when I want. I write better at night. I'm not a day person. I'm much happier at night. Of course, I have to worry about neighbors waking me up during the day. All right, Jen. Well, thanks for coming. Hopefully, I'll see you on Tuesday. Don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I don't think. I'm not going to guarantee nothing. But I think I'm I'm not planning on streaming Monday because there's 2 I can go to. And but Tuesday I have my regular one at 7:30 Eastern time. So, okay, I'll see you Tuesday then. Thanks for stopping in and writing with me today. Not sure. Isaac, are you still here? I'm going to say probably not, since he's not answering. So I'm not going to put all that information in the chat if he's not here. He had asked about books earlier. And all I could think of was the Save the Cat. I can't leave that scab on. It's driving me nuts. The Save the Cat by the original Blake Snyder. Part 2 is a great book. Charlie Dorset told me about it, and it is even for someone who's not an outliner, that book was very eye-opening for me. And it was so funny to see my story, even though I didn't look at anything about beats or anything when I wrote that story, how close it came to fitting most of the beats in his thing. That was pretty amazing. I would recommend that book to anybody. Even though it's made for screenplays, it still works for novels, and it's pretty amazing. I'm going to reread it and try to take some notes so I know what I'm doing with the beats. And maybe I'll try to outline again. My first one was a total disaster. Okay. All right. We're done that sprint. How did you do? I actually I did a little bit of editing, and then I got working on my story Bible again because I need to update some information. And I've got notes all over the place. And I need to put them in the story Bible so I can find them. Because they're all over the place. It's like I can't find anything. By putting them all in one story Bible, I can open it up and find what I'm looking for. So I did a little bit of work on that. And I'm creating, like, even though my story takes place in New Jersey, that's where I live, it's all totally fictional. So everything I make up, every city has to be, you know, non-existent. So I have to look up everything, every city I come up with, every business I come up with. I don't want to come up with, names of other things. So it's been quite an interesting thing. But if I write the second sequel that I'm thinking of, a lot of that information will be the same, and I won't have to do all that work because it's already going to be in there, minus a few people who had themselves killed off, of course. So how did you do, Kate? Did you get anything written, or I don't know what you were doing, what you were working on? It's weird, it's just after midnight here. It seems so long ago that I started streaming. It was well, I guess it was 6:30. I guess it was kind of a long time ago. I find that if I'm going to be writing, I might as well have a live stream going so that, I can have other people, if they're out looking, join me so I'm not all alone. Most of the time, I think there was only one time they didn't have anybody show up. Every other time I've had at least one. Kate says, oh, right. I finished editing chapter 8, and now I'm brushing up on all the rating system for AO3, FFN, and Wattpad. I just heard of the AO3. I did not know what that one was. I do know about Wattpad. I've never used it. FFN, I'm not sure what that is. You finished chapter 8. Editing chapter 8. Oh, that's right. I think you mentioned that you had spent a lot of time. And I do mine differently. As I read through the whole thing over and over again. And I'm still catching changes in tense where when I started out, I was doing it in present. Oh, archive of our own was the one I just found. Fanfiction.net. That's one I don't know of. Fanfiction.net. Not that I'm writing fan fiction at the moment. I'm not really familiar with fan fiction. It's not one of my things. Well, see, I'm going to post mine on my blog because I have a blog. It's going to take a while to set it up because each chapter will have to be created as a page, and then that page has to be linked to the main page. And with a blog, it can take a while. Then I decided, oh shoot, that reminds me. I don't even know if that actually came up. I did a post, a video earlier saying how I was going to stream. Not stream. No, I don't think I'm going to stream. I think I'm going to do videos. I'm going to read my story. Post it on my blog and read my story. And I've had a lot of people that have heard me read my stories. I'm in a group, a live group of real people. Oh wow, I've got 4 new subscribers in the last few days. Cool. Neat. I haven't checked lately. They tell me that when I read my story, I put so much of myself into it, it makes it so much more real than just reading it off the paper does. So I thought, well, maybe I'll try. I know other people have been reading their stories, so maybe I'll do that. I'll make videos reading my story. Just have to figure out how long I should make them. And of course, I've got some long chapters, so I don't know. When I read them, I don't know how long they actually are. I guess I'll have to kind of like read one and time it to get an idea. Because I don't want to go so long that people say, oh my God, you know, don't want to do that. I'm trying to find how, I hate this new dashboard. Because I don't know how to use it yet. Okay, there it is. It's there. All right, I have to post that. But I gotta make a yeah. They are ahead of formatting in a blog. And then after you do each chapter, you have the main page where you have the list of all the chapters with the links to each page. And I've started this before with my memoirs, and I've got 6 out of like 9 or 10 of the chapters done. It's just such a pain, and I just haven't gone back and finished it. So yeah, I'm just halfway. Well, I don't know exactly whether I'm halfway or not. I'm somewhere in the middle of my story doing the setting up the chapters now, because there's no I didn't do it with chapters. And I'm already up to 45 chapters. And I still have a lot more to go. And I don't know how many chapters are in a story. And some of these chapters are super long, and some of them are short. I know a lot of people make their chapters all like one length. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. I mean, I don't see how to make these. I don't want to keep breaking these up. I broke them up in chapters by point of view, and going back and forth in the same time frames, kind of in most places. In some cases, they're in the same time frame, but 2 different point of views, and back and forth. So formatting is going to be a pain for sure. I'm not looking forward to that part. But since I haven't even gone through the beta reader part yet, I'm not ready to post it. Because I want to have it completely ready as if I was going to publish it in case the situation arises that I can publish it. Right now I can't. But if it comes to that I can, and I would like to have the document as ready to go as possible. And I need to know the chapters so I can put them in the blog anyhow. So, yeah, as I'm going through and editing, I'm also putting the chapters in that I didn't have. The only thing I had on there was the person speaking and the time and day. That was what I put. I did not put any chapter numbers or anything. And I wanted it to have like a table of contents, but I can't do that until I finish laying everything out and finish editing, because every time you add something or delete something, the chapters move up and down, and you know, it's a mess. So I'm not ready to do that yet, thankfully. I'm still in the editing phase. I don't know how many times I'm going to read through it before I consider it ready to go. I sent the top half to someone to beta read for me. She listened to a part of it one night when we were alone in here. I read part of it to her. She says, oh, I want to read that. So send it to me. I said, it's only halfway done. She says, I don't care. Send it to me. So I sent it to her. And she got back to me with her suggestions. Most of them were definitely good ones. So I went through all of them earlier and fixed them. And now I need to send her the last half once I'm done going through editing as far as I can. And I'll send it to her. And then I need to find a few more beta readers to have them, you know, a couple different or more, depending on how many you find. May not find anybody. I know sometimes people have a hard time finding beta readers, so depends on whether or not anybody wants to beta read for me. I've got one. I know she will. She wants the end of it. She already knows the beginning, so she definitely wants the end of it. And I'll be looking for beta readers. Not everybody likes. It's a thriller / mystery / suspense story. I don't know which genre to put it in, so it's kind of like all three. I mean, it's definitely a mystery. Definitely has suspense to it. And it has what I consider the makings of a thriller in it, too. I've read a lot of thrillers. So I kind of lumped it all together. So, did you want to do another sprint? You might be the only person left in here, if you're still here. Because some people just leave and don't say anything. And I don't know that they're gone. Okay, great. Little sleepy, determined to keep at it for chapter 9. All right. I'm not going to worry about the tree because Jen's gone. Just going to set the timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. See you in 30. Okay, another one done. How did you do? I got a little bit of editing in. I got some research done. I did some Googling, and I added that to my story Bible. So I think I did a good bit this time, considering several of these sprints, they practically did nothing. I'm definitely not ready to stop yet. I don't know what your feelings are, if you're ready to stop or continue on. How you did with the last one, if you got chapter 9 done or not. Drinking my warm tea, because I'm not burning my mouth this time. Tastes good. Okay, so you edited the first scene of chapter 9, and you're writing a few hundred words to add on. You still have another one in me, I think. Okay, I'll put up another one then. Sounds like we were both productive this time. It's always good. All right, another 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Start again. Tamama. Didn't see you slip in. How you doing? Happy New Year. Just had a pretty productive spring that time. Added some words. And thinking about another, I gotta figure out another paragraph, I think. If I keep my point of view going back and forth, all of a sudden I got two of them together. The same person. And I don't know if that's a good idea. Even though it's a different time frame, I don't know if I want to do it that way. So, that's always good. Randomly freezing. Oh, that had to have been. I was having that problem when my memory was gone. It just couldn't handle anything because they programs swap out, and that's the whole idea. And I didn't have enough memory to keep it going. Kay said she wrote the rest of that scene. Cool. About 389 words. And she's about 2/3 done editing chapter 9. That's very good. I added some more to one of my chapters, and like I said, I'm trying to figure this out, what to do about this extra not being able to switch the POVs back and forth. In my case, it was an external drive that was dying and trying to take the rest of the computer with it. Oh, wow. Well, at least you figured it out. That's good. I had to get a brand new computer because I just had no memory. Nothing would run. And I looked at the hard drive and it was full. I'm like, well, I understand why this isn't doing anything. I have a terabyte of memory now. I think I'll be fine for a while. Of course, the programs they write nowadays are so huge. And I haven't even put them all back on my computer yet. Still have to do that. You have so much to do, and I'm trying to finish my story. Because I finished writing it. It has the end on it now. But it needs editing, and it needs chapters. So that's what I'm doing. So, Kate, did you plan on working and trying to finish the rest of chapter 9, or are you done? I know you were getting tired. I'm going again. Either way. Tamama, if you want to join me, you are certainly welcome to join me. I know it's getting kind of late for you too. It's the same time. Since we're in the same time zone, same state. I have an external drive. I'm not even sure where it ended up. It didn't go. I backed all my stuff from my old computer up and then found out I didn't need it. Okay, cool. I found out as soon as I signed into OneDrive, all my stuff was there. I'm like, oh wow. So OneDrive is like a cloud drive, and it had all my stuff saved to it, and almost everything except the programs I have to download. Everything's there, and I'm like, oh goody, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to worry about transferring. Wish I had known that before I bought the external drive. Okay, she's editing the side project. Okay, great. So, might as well get going here. Setting the timer for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I think I'm like on the 8th sprint now. I kind of lost track. All right. Back to my story. Thanks, Kate. Same to you. I'm glad you finished your editing. Good night. Hope to see you soon. All right. That was another productive sprint. I'm still a little confused about a few spots. I'm not sure if they sound right. Hopefully, when I get them read by a beta reader, maybe I'll get some insight into whether or not they're okay or not. So, how did you do, Tamama? I know Kate left. She finished editing her chapter and she ended up leaving. Getting through scenes pretty quickly. Sometimes editing can be pretty fast, depending on whether you run into issues. They have a few trouble spots. Like I said, I'm just not sure. And the more I look at it, it's like, I don't know what to do with it. So I'm hoping when I send this out to beta readers that maybe they can give me some insight, because I'm just not sure. Did you want to write some more? I can set up another another sprint. It's up to you. You're the only one left. Okay, great. Set up another sprint. I don't know if I'm on the ninth one or not. I lost count. But I'll change it to the ninth one. And 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, Renee, I'm still going. My streams are usually pretty long. And once I get going, I keep going. I only had a couple really short ones. I'm editing right now, so it's more reading and adding a few things here and there, or taking a few things away here and there. Busy eating popcorn at the moment. Mm. Okay. Wow, 30 minutes went fast. I ended up making popcorn. I was hungry. Still hungry. A little bit of popcorn left, but I'm starving. So, I did pretty good considering I was eating popcorn and reading through my story looking for anything that needed changing or editing. I don't know what to do at this point. This particular part, not a lot of changes. So how did you go? Or how did you do? That came out wrong. How did you do? Mama says she's doing okay. Great. Me too. Switch to iPad, so laying down right now. That's one way to do it. I would end up finding myself falling asleep if I laid down. Definitely fall asleep. I can't do that anyhow because I'm using Word and it's on my computer, so I have to use my computer. I'm not using Google Docs, so that'd be the only way. And I don't have an iPad anyhow. I have the iPhone, and of course Google Docs is on there, but not typing a bunch of stuff on my phone. And I prefer Word anyhow. Like when I go to do my beta readers, I have to put the whole thing in a Google Doc so I can share it. But as far as writing right now, I'm doing it in Word. Renee says, I just finished my short outline. Now I'm getting ready to start my long, detailed outline. Wow. Can't even imagine. I tried doing an outline once for this story, and I spent all that time in, it was June, because I was doing it for the July camp. So June, trying to write an outline. I have no idea what I was doing. And I'm writing this long and bob thing. And I'm like, I'm a pantser. Like, what are you doing? It was like, writing the story. But I wrote what I thought was an outline, finished it. And so July started camp. And I'm like, not even an hour into it. I'm like, I'm not even using this outline. I'm a pantser. It was like, I just tossed the whole thing. I spent the whole month
trying to do. And I just went ahead and started writing my story. I'd like to learn how to outline, and I did get the original Save the Cat by Blake Snyder, the part 2 where Save the Cat goes to the movies. And if I can learn to outline from anything, it might be that, but I'm not sure. I've got another story that a sequel to this one. I just finished this one. Now I'm editing. So I may try to outline the second one that I'm thinking about. I don't know. Like I said, I'm really a pantser, and is this the method you're trying something that we know about and can see, or just something that you're trying? Because I know so many people believe in outlining it, and I just can't seem to do it. I've got so many different ones. I got the snowflake method. I got the Save the Cat method, and there's two because the woman wrote that book, Save the Cat Writes a Novel. The original one was written by Blake Snyder. His is actually better. I prefer his to the one written by the woman. But I still don't know really about outlining. So Renee says she's using Save the Cat short outline, just vaguely, and long outline will be fit up. I gather it's probably Save the Cat Writes a Novel. The one I don't like at all. I do like Blake Snyder's Save the Cat. However, it's the one goes to the movies, and it's, although he wrote it for screenplays, it still works for novel writing, and I found I could follow the beats in his better and in my story, even though I didn't do an outline and write with the beats. I found that most of my story followed along the beats that he outlined in his story. So I was kind of surprised about that, but my story is pretty close. So I was really surprised with that. But I don't know if I'm going to outline the next one or just write it. Are we ready for another sprint? Because I'm still up for another one. Up to you guys. Because I'm probably going to keep going either way. But if you want to join me, that would be great. You both wrote yep at the same time. That was good. Very good. Okay. Let's see. Put the 10th one on.
and set the timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. That was funny. Alrighty.
Boy, that time went fast. Good night, Renee. Happy New Year. You might already be gone. I did a pretty good bit. I'm almost to the very end of the story. I don't know if I need to run through it a few more times, or should I just start looking for beta readers? Because I'm kind of at a state where I'm not sure anymore. I've read it so many times. How'd you do it, Mama? Oh, good. You got through 2 more scenes. My nose itches. My hands are greasy from the popcorn. I got cream on my knees because they're aching, so they're greasy. I'm such a mess. I was starving. I finally feel full. I didn't think I was ever going to feel full. I like I could just keep on shoveling the popcorn in, but I finished the whole bag, so there's no more left. And I will not make another bag. One is enough. I've been losing weight, and I don't want to start gaining it back. It's hard for me to lose weight. Being sick helped me lose weight, but I don't want to be sick. I want to be able to eat food again. I'm getting better. I mean, the first time I had popcorn, oh, my stomach went nuts. But I can eat popcorn now. So far, anyhow. Doesn't seem to be bothering me. Are you up for more, or are you ready for bed? That reminds me, I made a video earlier. I gotta make a thumbnail for and get that posted. Yeah, there's still some things I'm terrified to try because I'm just so afraid that that's going to happen again. And I've been avoiding them like they told me to, and slowly adding things back in. And it would be nice to be able to eat like I was eating before. You're mostly ready for bed. Well, it worked if you're eating dinner things. Wasn't totally crazy. I hate when my phone puts weird things in there. I hit send and then I look at it, I'm like, oh my God. What did that phone just do? Yeah. When I first got home, all I could have was toast with jelly and vegetable juice. And then I started eating noodles because they said I could have white flour. I'm not sure if the noodles are white flour or not, but they didn't bother me. And then I bought lactate milk. I put chocolate in it because I don't like white milk. And the lactate milk didn't taste bad. So I had chocolate milk. And I was okay with that because I had no lactose in it. Lactate. I couldn't have lactose. No fiber. Well, I can't say no fiber. Very low fiber. No lactose was the requirements. And I couldn't. My stomach just, it was a mess if I tried to eat anything else. So I had a pretty steady diet of the same thing. And I'm like trying to slowly add things in. I still have to have a colonoscopy on February 1st, though, to see if this is autoimmune or just a bad infection that I caught. Not that they could figure out what the infection was. They're not ruling out food poisoning, though. Just the day before, I had something from the restaurant for Thanksgiving. And they said the time frame is right for food poisoning. And they couldn't find any other infections that they ruled out everything that they could think of. And then the autoimmune, I'm older than most people who get the autoimmune disorders like Crohn's disease, Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis and diverticulosis and stuff like that. So they say my age is kind of against that, but I've never been normal when it comes to medical things. So the only way to rule it out is to go through a colonoscopy and have a biopsy done. So yippee. I've been putting this off because when I turned 50, they started bugging me. Now I'm 64 now, and now I don't have a choice. I have to find out if this is autoimmune or just an infection. But it was a bad infection, let me tell you, if that's what it was. But I'd rather it be an infection than autoimmune, because if it's autoimmune, I may never be able to eat regular food again. That's not a good thing. Okay, so I gather you're going to go to bed. Renee just left. She's gone. I don't feel tired yet. Maybe if I took some of my medicines that make me sleepy, it'll help make me sleepy. Because I'm still pretty wide awake. Yeah, they gave me a list of stuff I have to drink. And I said I have to completely clear out my whole insides. I'm like, oh, that sounds totally, totally unpleasant. Like, I'm going to be running to the bathroom the whole time. And then it's like 7 a.m. in the morning. And I have to go to the hospital because they can do them outpatient. But because I'm overweight, it has to be done by the head doctor in the hospital. Because of the anesthesia, they won't do it because of my weight. Like, man, this whole thing just keeps getting better and better. And of course, I'm not a morning person, so 7 a.m. in the morning. Not looking forward to that. Plus doing that stuff all the day before. I have to read it up again. It tells me what time I have to stop eating and drinking, and then when I have to start drinking this stuff, he gave me directions on what I had to drink, to read that again. Because I said, don't use what's on the stuff I get, to use their instructions. So I have to read them again and see what it's going to be. Yeah, well, me too. I'm up most of the night, most nights, and I'm, just falling asleep. and I have to be there at 7 a.m. And my daughter, who has to take me, has a baby. I don't know what she's going to do with him that day. Plus, she has to find out if she's working that day and see if she can get off. I told them I don't have anybody to drive me. They're like, it's 8 weeks. No, 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks away. I'm like, and what? Somebody's going to appear in my life in 6 weeks and be able to drive me? You know, it doesn't work quite that way. I don't have somebody to drive me. My daughter said she'll do it, but that was a couple of weeks ago, so who knows what she's going to end up finally doing. I'll be glad when it's over and done with, because I don't ever want to do it again either. I wouldn't be doing it now if it wasn't for this. I would just ignore it. But my kids aren't going to let me ignore it because they know that that's what the doctor says they want. So they're not going to let me ignore it. Well, I guess I better let you go. You want to go to sleep. I need to take some medications, take my sleep medications. I've been on live 9 hours now. I think it's time to get off. I won't necessarily be done on the computer, but I'm going to sign out of here. And I will see you later, and I hope you have a happy new year. Thanks for coming. Thank you. I'll see you later. Good night.